But yeah, good afternoon. I'm a bit later than usual because I was out doing stuff. I was out buying whatever things I just happened to find while I was out at the shops, and I came across this. I don't know if I should stream this or not. I don't know how it would work, but yes, Retro Gaming Volume 1 on DVD. A look back in time at the games of yesteryear. I like this box art because whoever made this box art really liked the Sega Master System, and I also like the Master System. So I'm down with this already. He also appears to have... I didn't actually realise this until I started looking at this artwork. I think this is the Commodore 64 plug-and-play system that has 30 Commodore 64 games on it. Yeah, not really sure what's going on there. Maybe I should stream this one day, because there's some interesting games on it. But yes, in association with the Gamers Auction site and Telegames, yes, a look at the video game systems of yesteryear. This apparently contains, I'm not sure if you can read it, but it contains 400 games reviewed for the Sega Master System, Mega Drive, Atari 2600 and 7800, the Lynx, the NES, the Game Boy, ColecoVision, Intellivision, PC Engine, and the unreleased Koenig system. I don't know how you can review a game for a system that was never released. That was like the VHS one, wasn't it? And apparently there was a Volume 2, which went for PlayStation, Dreamcast, GameCube, Xbox, and onto the formats of today, such as the PSP and Xbox 360. Yeah. Made in 2005, I think. But anyway, let's go back to the list. Oh, if I can set my source correctly. Here we go. Oh, select the right one. There we go. Okay, so, yeah. Last time I played a bunch of games, monochrome and colour. Oh yes, let me turn this down a bit. Okay, so yeah, we played a couple of really good games. Real Bout Fatal Fury Special, which is almost the best game on this list, but you know, when you sit out Honfu, you cannot expect to win when you sit out your best players like that. You know. And doubly so for Netto, the King of Fighters 97, which doesn't even have Terry in it. I don't know what they were doing. You know, this game would have been a fair bit higher if it had a better selection of characters. And, you know, we also ended up playing like Bustamoo 3DX, Yu Yu Hakusho 4, Sonic 6, Pocket Monster Go Go Go. You know. Looney Tunes Carrot Crazy. So, some fairly middling games for the most part. Like, games that were kind of okay, but not necessarily all that great. Though, of course, we did also get to play Sonic 3D Blast 5, a game that... But I feel like calling it a game has probably given it more credit than it deserves, considering that it makes Tasmania's story look like Bubble Ghost by comparison. But anyway, let's go into the actual games, so I don't want to spend all day just looking at that. So yeah, on one of the previous streams, I looked at the first 3 Mega Man games for Game Boy, and I didn't get around to the other ones because I just couldn't take it after the 3rd one. But I have been told, or I've read from several sources, that the 4th and 5th games are the good ones, a lot more so than the previous games. So let's see how true that is. Megaman 4, or Rockman World 4, as it's called on here. Yes. So let's see what Rockman 4 has going on. Also, yeah, I've gone for the blue and yellow colour scheme, because I just want a blue Mega Man. I mean, it just feels incorrect if I don't do that. And I was playing these games a little bit off stream, for the sake of... Well, just for the sake of having a reasonable opinion, I think. Like, there are some games where I can just kind of jump into them and just be able to do it like this. Then there are games like... Oh, apologies for the flashing, by the way. Yeah, there are some games like this where I kind of have to play them off-stream for some length of time. Just so... You know, I want to at least feel like I know what I'm talking about to some extent. But yes, Dr. Wily's back. It's kind of funny too, because in Megaman IV, like the NES version, it was like, oh, it's Dr. Cossack, oh, it's a brand new villain. And it turns out, no, it's just Dr. Wily the whole time. Fuck you for wanting a different villain to the first 3 games. But how is everyone's afternoon? Yep, here we are. Mega Man in the house. He cannot be stopped. No matter how many obstacles throw at him in the 3rd game. Okay. Is there any text in the opening cutscene? I don't remember. I know the 5th one does. Okay. So who's that character? Because that's not Quickman. Because this is Megaman IV. Was that like Quint? I don't remember. I do not recall. But I'll play this one for a bit on stream anyway. Oh. See, and that's a cutscene. But anyway. Yeah, so here's where the game starts. So we have Dr. Light. So, yeah, there are some differences in this as compared to previous Mega Man games. So, I think what they're explaining in this cutscene is that this game has a parts system where you collect these P tokens throughout the game, and you can use them to basically get items, whether it be E-tanks or other items that kind of help you out throughout the game in one way or another. So, yeah. Yeah, so like you're saying here, it's like you get the P tokens, and you can trade them for things. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what the logic is. But yeah, so you can see we've got Toadman, Brightman, Pharaoh Man, and Ringman. Well, anyone who's played Mega Man 4 on the NES knows to go for Toadman first. Because, well, he's Toadman. Yeah, big threat he is. Okay, here we go. So yeah, Mega Man 4 on the Game Boy. Yeah, I mean, so of course the levels do change up quite a bit from the NES versions. Like, they kind of had to change them because, well, it's a smaller screen, and you don't want the top and bottom parts of the screen to be cut off. It's kind of funny because, I mean, the actual theme, you know, just the graphics and music are more or less the same. They had to recreate them, but yeah, like this is clearly the Toadman theme. But yeah, so I collect the P tokens. So yeah, Mega Buster. So I've got 12 P chips, or whatever they're called. Is it just P chips? You just got those 8 things on the right. You collect certain tokens with letters, and you get an item, I think. Collect all of them. So I remember the NES. Oh, yeah, the NES version of this level. Yeah, you had the wind that like slowed you down whenever you jumped. It doesn't seem to do it as much in this version though, which is interesting. They seem to make it a bit more forgiving. Like the start of this level on the NES version is awful. You basically need Rush Coil to do it, I think. Or maybe I'm just being rubbish. I don't know. Oh, no, you don't. Okay, so I think I figured out the strategy here. Again, I think that boss is easier in this version compared to the NES. Also, yeah, so these letters... So you've got 1 on each level. So for the first 4 levels, because there are, 8, not counting, like, Dr. Wily stages or whatever. Yeah, so the first 4 you collect, you unlock Beat, who was... like the bird character from Mega Man V. And... oh, you bastard. Also, yeah, you can slide like that. Works a little bit differently to previous games. Or, well, I say previous games. It works differently to the NES games, where you can slide over small holes. Which is... I don't think you could do that on the NES versions. Also, you notice that there's a bit of recoil whenever you... yeah. Whenever you do the charge shot. Okay, there we go. Also, yeah, you got some slowdown here, which is not great. Okay. Ah, there we go. That's the secret. Also, yeah, swimming about in yellow water doesn't look great. That's not a fault of the game, that's just, you know, the colour scheme I'm using. And, you know, this is the only colour scheme that allows me to have a blue Mega Man. Yeah, there we go. Extra life get! Yeah, we gotta fight this one again. I mean, the NES game was like that as well, where you'd have, like, the mini-boss twice. And I was never good at this mini-boss anyway. Oh. Can you jump across that or not? I don't remember. But yeah, so like I say, you get all 4 of the letters in these first 4 levels, and also yeah, get ready for the most exciting boss fight of all time. Yeah, so anyone who's played the NES version will be familiar with this, and yeah, it's exactly the same on Game Boy. In fact, it's kind of easier on Game Boy, because it kind of moves a bit slower. Yeah, I'm glad they put Toadman in this, so at least I could just do that to start with. There we go. So what was his weapon? The rain flush? I was about to say the toad flush, but surely it's not called that. It sounds very different, and not very pleasant. There we go. Toadman is down. I mean, I don't know why you would bring Toadman back anyway. He's like the easiest boss in the whole series. Like, literally. There we go. And I got the rush coil, hooray! Kind of need that in a certain situation. See, like, the NES version of that level, you basically need rush coil to get past a couple of the jumps anyway. Not so much in this version. Oddly enough, it does seem a bit easier in places. So if I go to the right lab, I think it's supposed to be the light lab, but I think it was called Dr. Wright in the Japanese versions, which is a bit weird. Also, yeah, he's got blue skin because because Game Boy Color BIOSes. So I'm trying to remember what these items are. So this tiny E, you collect 4 of these and you get an E-tank. W, I think, refills all of your weapons at once. The E-tank is, yeah, anyone who plays these games knows, it refills your health instantly. I don't remember what this does. I think it just refills all of your weapons, like, there and then. You have the extra life. You've got... So this item actually is quite useful, where basically what it does is that it automatically recharges whatever weapon has the lowest amount of energy left whenever you collect a token. So, like, even if you just have the Mega Buster selected, it will do that. So, it's quite useful. Unfortunately, I need 150 P-chips to do it, so I can't actually do that. And the S, I think, refills both your health and weapons at the same time. I think that was in Megaman V as well. Like, on the NES. Which kind of makes sense, because you do have some Megaman V bosses in this as well. It's kind of funny, actually, because on... what was it? There was a Mega Man game on Game Gear, which had... what was it? Yeah, it had a bunch of Robot Masters from Mega Man 4 and 5, including Brightman, interestingly enough. I was never really a fan of Brightman to begin with. He was always kind of a pain to deal with. Yeah, gotta be careful with the jumps in the Game Boy ones. Though, I want to say this game's a little bit better about that compared to previous games, where, yeah, so you could barely make the jumps in, like, Megaman 3, for instance. This one's not as bad with that. The jumps are a little bit more forgiving in this one, I think. Yeah, because, like I say, I didn't like Megaman 3 at all. Some people seem to like it, I really did not. like I say, this one, yeah, it's like there's a bit more restraint involved. I mean, you do get sections like this, which are not necessarily easy, but I don't know. I want to say the stage is easier than it is on the NES version. Like, Brightman's stage was not easy to begin with. There's one section in particular that we'll see something kind of like it later on. I'll point it out when we get there. But yeah, like I say, I want to say this, again, it's very similar to Megaman 3. You know, it's obviously the same engine. Also, you have this, which I don't think was in the NES version. Or if it does, it worked differently. So it's, yeah, so you got this face that you have to go on this. And, oh. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Again, I don't think this was in the NES version. I don't remember it in that. Basically, don't make it touch the spikes, otherwise it disappears and you die. See, that's one thing I actually do like about the Game Boy games, is that they did have, like, certain, like, ideas for levels that weren't in the NES versions. So it's not just, like, you know, we're just going to take the NES games and just put them on Game Boy. You know, they did go back and, you know, make their own levels with some new ideas here and there. Like, even the first game, you know, you look at, like, Iceman's level and there's a couple of things there that weren't in the original. And I do appreciate that. As much as I don't like that game... Oh no, I'm gonna die here, I think. Nope. Yeah. Like I said, again, I don't think this part was in the NES version either. Again, I think that was just something they added for this one. Like, the enemies are all from the NES version. Oh, son. Yeah, I should have just used the toe rain flush thing on that thing. Also, its trajectory just seems to be completely randomized, doesn't it? Maybe that's just me being rubbish, but... Yeah, this is the part that I hated in the NES version. I think you could use... Is it the rush jet to get through it a bit easier? But, yeah, easier said than done. Yeah, I hated this part in the NES version. And I think on that one it was a fair bit longer as well. Yeah, it's like these things are always a pain to deal with. Not only do they make the stage dark, but it's hard to hit them before they shoot off the projectiles. Okay, well, at least it doesn't send me back too far. I want to say the checkpoints in this one are a little bit better, at least, than the previous games. Okay, just keep doing that and I'll win. I mean, the problem is I have Rush Call. Like, Rush Jet would be quite useful here, but, you know, but because I don't have that, it's not really an option. But yeah, but like I say, so you had, like, the Game Gear Mega Man game where, rather than make their own levels, they just ported the levels directly from the NES games. Okay, this is a problem because I can't see what the platform is. And, like, I can do this. The problem is that the enemy just respawns anyway. Could Mega Man be like that? See, this would be much less of a pain if the enemies didn't respawn. Like, that was a problem with the NES version as well. It's like you're basically forced to use the Rain Flush to get through that bit. Because there are just way too many enemies. And the fact that they constantly respawn, and that the platforms go backwards, like... It's like I say, I hated that section in the NES version anyway, and I kind of wish they just didn't bother with it here. Like, this level's already enough of a pain as it is. But at least for once I can say my grievances with this level are just based on it being what was kind of a bad level to begin with. And, you know, I mean, they were kind of stuck putting this level in the game. Because, well, the other half of the Mega Man 4 bosses were already in the previous game, so they couldn't just use Skullman. Because, you know, he was in Mega Man 3. It's like they kind of splooged him on that game. But, like, I would take this over, like, the Game Gear Mega Man. Because at least you're not getting constantly blindsided by spikes that you can't see coming. Yeah. See, this part just made me wish I had the rush jet. The problem is, I don't know what level you get that on. I don't think you can even get it at this point in the game. I think you have to do the Megaman V levels, so... By the time you get to that point, you've already finished the... You've already beaten this level anyway. Yeah. I guess that's the problem, is that they were kind of stuck putting the lamer characters in this version, because they'd already used up the rest of the characters for the previous game. Unfortunately, that game also just wasn't very good in the first place. This is a better game that features worse characters. I guess that's my best description for it. So I'm kind of forced to use Toe Flush to even get to the boss. Because this part is fucking cheap as hell. And like I say, it wasn't any better in the original. In fact, I would say it's probably worse in the original. Because I think you have to do these sections multiple times. And it sucked in that game. Yeah. It's like, okay, if they didn't have these enemies, it would be a lot more bearable. So you're kind of forced to either tank hits, or, yeah. I don't know. Like, I've always felt that Brightman is one of those characters that you could kind of do without. It's like, they could have just brought Skullman back in place of him, and it would have been better. So, you know, I've got a better idea. Since I was playing this game off stream, we can tell Brightman to go fuck his face, and just skip straight to the next level. Because I don't feel like dealing with Brightman right now. Like, again, Brightman sucked in the original game anyway, so... It's not like they're ruining a good level, it's like they're... In fact, I would say it's probably worse on the NES version. The only advantage there is that you can feasibly go in with Rush Jet and skip that part. Again, I don't think you get Rush Jet in the Mega Man 4 levels, which is a problem. It's a definite negative, I think. Hold on, where's the... Yeah, here we go. Let's just skip straight to a less arsey part of this game. Because, like I say, I was playing this off-stream. So, yeah, we can just do this. See, this is the great thing about a password system. If there's a level that you don't like, you can just skip it. And like I say, I did earn the password off-stream anyway. Because, like I say, I was playing these games off-stream, and this is one of the advantages of doing that. Oh. Oh no, the password's different in the Japanese version, or did I enter it wrong? Oh! See, this I hate in games, where it's like, you entered one character in the password wrong, so you have to enter the entire password again. So either the passwords are different, or I typed something in wrong and I couldn't tell. Because it's all letters, and... You know, I mean, B's and E's look kind of similar anyway. As do R's and B's. Yeah, there we go. So obviously I typed in a character wrong last time and the game didn't like it. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck you, Ringman! I beat you off stream, so I'm just gonna do this instead. Instead do Ringman, who also sucks, but at least his stage isn't as bad. Like, his stage doesn't have any cheap bollocks like that. Well, actually, it does a little bit, but not nearly as much. Which, again, I would say this is better than the NES version of this level. So, yeah. Ringman, I don't know if he's notorious, but he probably should be. Because Ringman himself is quite hard, and also, the NES version of this level literally has 4 mini-bosses in it. I'm not even kidding about that. You can look it up if you don't believe me. Like, there's one where it's like a hippo on a platform or something weird like that. And there's a second one, which is like a bunch of rings that get fired at you, which at least kind of makes sense with the level. But yeah, the one with the hippo on the platform, they got rid of that for this version, which is good, because, like, you know, you really don't need too many bosses on one level, especially when the boss itself is hard enough to begin with. So yeah, this is where the recoil might be a problem. I guess it's like they're trying to make it so that you don't just spam the thing, beat the level. I don't know. Call me lazy. And you're probably right. Also, yeah, I do think that the reduced screen size does have problems where you get like a bunch of enemies that like make a beeline towards you and you don't really have much time to hit them. Certainly less so than you would on the NES. Okay. Okay, here we go. But yeah, like I say, like, this game isn't perfect, but I would take this any day over the Game Gear version, which again had some of the same boss fights, or some of the same Robot Masters, I should say. But like, the Game Gear version has a lot of problems on its own, that this version doesn't have. Or in fact, like, even the bad Game Boy games didn't have. Also, yeah, this enemy is annoying. There we go. I said, just do that. But yeah, like, the Game Gear version, like, you didn't even have continues. I think it might have had passwords, but yeah, it's like, oh, you didn't do this on one credit, you go back to the start of the game. Which literally no other game in the series ever did. You know, like, even, like, Megaman 1 on Game Boy, you could, yeah. Like, even in that game, you got infinite continues. Just, I think the only reason anyone ever beat that game. It's like, you can beat that game with persistence. Oh yeah, here we go. So here's the mini-boss. So again, this was in the NES version. And again, there were more on the NES version. But it's also kind of like, whatever. You know, they kind of went back and reined it in a bit, which is fine by me. I am okay with that. So yeah, you notice all the E-tanks I've got. I might actually need those for Ringman. Ringman is, again, kind of notoriously hard. Like I said, what is it? Yeah, Toadman is like the easiest boss in the whole series. Ringman might be the hardest. Like Ringman or Crashman or like one of the really fast ones. Also, yeah, you kind of have to just tank hits there. I don't know if there's a way to not just take a bunch of hits on that bit. If there is, I don't know what it is. I don't know what the strategy is. And since I don't feel like doing this whole section again, because it sends you back quite a bit if you die here. Yeah, I'm just going to use an E-tank. I don't trust this game. Okay. I will say for the record, like, the soundtrack for this is fine. Though I'm also of the opinion that the Megaman IV soundtrack just was kind of a disappointment. Especially given that it's by the same person who did the Megaman III soundtrack. And yet it's a lot less catchy. I mean, these renditions are perfectly fun, to be fair. The issue was just that the original soundtrack wasn't great. They do have some Megaman V songs in this, which are definitely better. So again, it is a case where, yeah, I mean, the issues with the soundtrack just come from the fact that it's based on Megaman IV. Okay. Oh, yeah, nice cheap hit there at the end, thanks. Okay, so the actual boss master weakness order at least makes sense. Because anyone who's played Mega Man 4 knows it's, yeah, Toadman, Brightman, Ferroman. I didn't bother to do Ferroman's stage, but yeah, Ferroman and Ringman. And I think Ferroman's weapon seems to work a bit better in this one, which is good, because, like I said, Ringman is kind of a bastard to deal with at the best of times. Yeah, in fact, beating... anyone who has ever beaten, like, Ringman without having to use an E-Tank is better at this game than I'll ever be, because Ringman is, like, near impossible to do without that. Even with his weakness, it's like, no. Because he's way too fast, and actually dodging his weapon is, like, nearly impossible. So you kind of have to just spam E-Tanks and hope that you win. Or hope that you've got enough E-Tanks to spam. Also, yeah, I apologise for the flashing effect. But this game does that. Here we go, the ring boom right. Yeah, let's briefly show off Ferroman's level as well, just because. But like I said, you don't get the rush jet at this point, which would have been incredibly useful, but you can't get it at this point in the game because the game just says no. So, yeah, let's get this thing that gives me the thing where it just automatically gives me weapon for whatever the least amount of. There we go. So I do want that. But yeah, so like I say, there are some Mega Man 5 bosses in this, but we'll go to Ferroman's level for a bit. But yeah, like I say, I was playing this a fair amount off stream. So I was like, you know, I really want this game to be better than Mega Man 3, after people kind of talked it up. It's one of those things, I always worry when there's like an expectation to be good. Because whenever a game, like whenever there's a game where there's that kind of expectation and it doesn't meet the expectations that I have for it, I don't know, I end up just feeling bad. It makes me feel bad that I don't like it. But yeah, I mean this one's fine. I mean aside from Brightman's stage being awful, which again, for what it's worth, the original game had the same problem. Yeah, Brightman, more like Shite Man. I don't know. You do better. My take on it anyway. Yeah, actually, I can just use Ringman's weapon. Stop this. Actually, here's a better weapon. Here's a better option. Ferroman's weapon, go! Yes. See, sometimes just using the weapon that you get from the level, often a good idea. Oh, sorry, I forgot you can't actually just shoot up with this thing. You have to shoot dead diagonal. Actually, this sounds fun. But I think I kept dying on this level, which is why I had so many E-tanks going into this. Also, yeah, the slowdown. Yeah, maybe don't have so many enemies if there's going to be this much slowdown in it. Word of warning. Word of advice, I should say. Also, here's what happens when you try to do without the Ferroman weapon. It's like that. It's all smooth. Okay. Ooh. Because it has to go up just to spite me. Oh yeah, we're just going to respawn the enemy that hasn't actually been despawned yet. Fine, you know what? Tell this thing to go fuck its face. Yeah, I'm better than you. I have more weapons. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the bit. You know what? I've got an idea. Yeah. That's how I feel about you. Oh. Hold on. I have to go further to the right to get that platform to reposition itself. See, like, the controls just go weird on that bit. I don't know what it is. But it's like you seem to just arbitrarily go faster. I don't know why. Doesn't really make any sense. Well, I'll use Ringman's weapon to speed through this bit. See, I like that the weapons do actually get some use. Like, at least you have decent weapons in this. Actually, that is the trade-off that you would have had if Skullman had been in this game. Because Skullman is great, except his weapon is awful. Like, he has the worst weapon in the whole series, pretty much. Like, because, like, it's a shield attack, and anyone who's played the Mega Man series a fair amount knows that the shield attacks are always terrible, without exception. You know, whether it be, like, the Woodman shield from the second game, or, what was the one in the 5th game? Like, is it Starman's weapon? Yeah, it was Starman, wasn't it? Yeah, like, his weapon was also really bad. I don't think there was ever a good, like, like even a decent shield weapon in any of these games. Like, it doesn't matter what game it is. And this game, I don't... No, it doesn't have one, because I don't think Starman is in this game. Which is fine by me, because I can't imagine... I can't imagine doing Starman on a screen of this size. Like, his level would have been great. Though... Okay, so I think the Mega Man 5 bosses that are in this, so it's... What is it? It's Crystal Man, Stone Man, Charge Man, and Napalm Man? And I do find it a bit sad that Gravity Man isn't in this, because Gravity Man was great. And had, like, the coolest stage. Yeah, see, I get... Okay, that extra life is a trick. There is no way to get that extra life and not die afterwards. I call bollocks on that. So I'm just gonna do this. But, I'll try to see if I can get to the... I'll try to see if I can get to the point where I can show the bosses. And if Rush decides to cooperate. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, like I say, at least you had a decent set of weapons here. Which I'm pretty sure was not the case in all of these games. It's like, are you really going to get much use out of Airman's weapon? Or, whoever else was in Mega Man 2 on Game Boy, I forgot. Actually, yeah, Woodman was in that game as well. You got beat! I did get beat. But then I came back. And became unbeaten. Let's just go with the stage select. Ooh, I do like the sound effects here. Okay. Here we go. Wily is back with his questioning eyebrows. Yeah, something like that. You know, I do kind of like how the background looks here. Like the little blue bits there. I'm not sure why they're blue. Or why Mega Man suddenly turned green, but okay. It's going into Hulk mode. The Hulkster mode. Oh, there's a great effect in the background though, let's be honest. Like full marks. It's got some good cutscenes. Wait, is it blowing up already? Barely even started. Oh yeah, this bit. I remember this. So I think I want to use... Is it... Oh no, is it Ringman or do I just use Beat? Yeah, here we go. I remember this. No, I think I want to use Ringman's weapon on this bit, actually. Or... No, I can't remember. I do not remember. Because he's got that stupid thing that gets in the way. Yeah, there you go. Kind of works. Maybe it's Pharaohman's weapon. Let's try that. I don't know what the weakness is. But now I can just do that and not get hit. Yeah, this boss is actually pretty easy when you know what you're doing. Unfortunately, okay, so it is Pharaohman's weapon. I see. Yeah, problem is sometimes the game just does this and just makes you sit there for like half a minute. There we go. Boss beaten! Here's a little tune for doing that. Let's switch back. So I don't want to just like waste all of my weapon power immediately. Yeah, I do like that there's no pretense in this one. It's like, yeah, it's just Dr. Wily. We're not even going to pretend that it's anyone else because no one's going to be fooled at this point. Because we kind of played the it's not Dr. Wily except it actually is card. It's a bit like, yeah, Bison Street Fighter. It's like, it's always M. Bison. Every single time. Oh, you're not looking so good, Wily. You sure don't want to take some tablets? No, that's why I'm so upset all the time. That should have been sick. I don't remember who that character... Is that Enka? Or whatever his name is? I don't know. No, that's not it. Nope, I don't remember what his weakness is, even though I was playing it. No, it's not that. No, I think you're forced to use the Mega Buster, because the game just felt like that way. And of course it makes you redo this whole bit. Which is kind of pointless anyway, because it's like... It's like, no, we're just going to make you redo this last minute for no reason, other than, like, eating up the time on your Game Boy battery. It's like, great, appreciate it. What happens if I walk into the door like this? Okay, I was hoping to, like, trigger some weird glitch or something, but I guess not. See, every single time they always jump over the thing, too. Like, maybe I can use B tier, but I wouldn't have thought so. Seems... So I think you just use that for just, like, generic enemies. Yeah, and then that's it. Yep, does the whole Mega Man X thing of, oh, you didn't beat me really. I retreat because I'm a coward. Or because I'm smart enough to just not die immediately. But yeah, so we've got as a Crystal Man, Napalm Man, Stone Man, and Charge Man. It's kind of a shame they didn't have Gravity Man in this. Because that would have been cool. But, who should we go up against? This, yo, let's, I'm just gonna play Charge Man for a bit, just because I like his theme. He's got a great theme song. Yeah, Charge Man. The Choo Choo Man. Doesn't quite as credible a name, so we'll even go for it. But yeah, oh. Yep, that works great. Charge Man. So I think your weapon energy does carry over between levels at this point. Although weirdly enough, if you get game over and continue, yeah, it refills all your energy. So you could just do. So you could just keep getting game overs, and you don't have to worry about running out of weapon ammo. Although, I don't know how you make that jump though. It's like they literally expect you to use Rush Jet to get past that. It's like, we accidentally made the jump too big. Yeah, it's like, okay, if I stand on the very edge of the platform, it works. possible to go up this bit. Okay, if I can get Rush Call to appear in the right place. Yeah. But it does nothing. Okay, I do like the scrolling in the background though, that's pretty good. Didn't see that much on the Game Boy, I don't think. Also, yeah, you do get some Megaman V enemies as well, which kind of makes sense, because I mean, these levels are from Megaman V. And like I say, you know, for whatever faults this game might have, it certainly works a lot better than, like, the Game Gear Mega Man, where, like, you can't even see where half the obstacles are on any given screen. So, you know, this gets points for avoiding that problem. Okay, let's see if that makes it. Yep, okay. It's got an enemy that looks a little bit like the mouse enemy from Sonic and Knuckles. A little bit to me, anyway. I don't know, I'm just kind of weird like that. It always comes back to that game. Oh, okay, screen just went weird. That wasn't the game's fault, that was just my screen being weird. Yeah, I'm just gonna chill here. Just gonna have a nice relaxing slide into this box. See, that's the way I sit down on a sofa. Including that facial expression. Is there a way to get past this? Maybe I need, like, Stoneman's weapon or something. I don't know. Maybe. Hold on, let me try something out. Ringman! No. Nope, I don't know what you do there. I think it, like, I need a weapon I don't have. I assume that's what it is anyway. So, where did I get the extra life from? Oh, yeah. I see. I understand. Oh, wait, why is this thing suddenly invincible? It's like, no, we just... Oh, maybe because I'm not hitting it high enough? Presumably? Yeah, okay. I don't know. There's some weird stuff going on in a couple of the other levels from Mega Man 5 in this, where... Was it, like, Crystal Man? Was it Crystal Man, I think? Where... It's got, like, a section... where it's got, like, platforms that, like, they fall or generate or whatever, and it's like you have to know what's coming in advance. And it's not great. And that section wasn't really in the original. Like, there are some interesting ideas going on the levels here, but there are maybe a couple that could have been left on the cutting room floor. Including one or two things that were in the actual NES games. But yeah. So yeah, the Wyler letters, yeah. So like, yeah, I just collected the letter Y. You know what? I'm just gonna do this. Because it's easier. Yeah! Power of Rain will see me to victory. I like using the weapons, I mean... Because what's the point of playing a Mega Man game if you're not going to use the weapons? It would help if the enemies weren't cheap bastards. I'm just going to skip this bit. There we go. I can just do that. Especially because, as I say, this game doesn't have many checkpoints. That is kind of the biggest problem with these games in general, is they just don't give you enough checkpoints. Like, given the length of these stages, like, 3 checkpoints, you know, including one for the boss fights, should have been a minimum. And, yeah, that's definitely a problem. Like, I don't know. It's like, they could have done some work on that. Like, I don't know. It's like they thought the games would have been too easy without that, but if anything, I think it just would have been a lot less frustrating without it. Or with it, I should say. Also, yeah, the slowdown here does not help. Like, there's a lot of slowdown here that you don't get on, like, any of the other versions. Like, for all the faults the Game Gear version had, I don't think slowdown was one of them. It had many other faults that definitely make it a worse game, but... yeah. You know, like, many of these enemies, you're actually better off just damage boosting through them. It's not even worth fighting them, like... they just take way too many hits. It's kind of funny, some enemies die in one hit, and others die in, like, 15. Like, minimum. And then you have sections like this, where it's like, you basically have to use, like, E-tank to get through it. Or to just not get hit. Okay, well, I'm forced to use an E-tank, because I'm out of health. I got 4 anyway, so... yeah. I do remember Chargeman being quite hard in the original, so I don't expect to get very far with this. Yeah, he kind of just runs into you, usually. Yeah, like I say, the only way to beat Chargeman... well, actually, no, if you use Stoneman's weapon, it's doable. I mean, you know, it kind of makes sense to just beat Stoneman first. But, like, you see how many iframes he's got? Like, more so than just about any of the other bosses. It's like half time you just can't hit him at all. There we go. By the way, never go against Chargeman first. I mean, Chargeman is hard to beat no matter what, but mainly because the weapon you have to use to beat him is really hard to aim, and usually just misses. Also, this I never understood. Like, the charge kick... you know, discounting shield weapons, this is probably the worst one in the whole series, because... for one thing, it doesn't make any sense. Like, because Chargeman doesn't use a kick move, he just runs into you. And, like, even if you hit an enemy with it, you just take damage. So I never quite understood the point of it. But, yeah, we'll go Crystal Man, why not? Also, yeah, Stoneman's level... I'm not going to show it here, but... yeah, like, Stoneman's level, you got those... oh, not Stoneman, sorry, Napalm Man, yeah. The, you have those things with the blades that you have to shoot. Okay, here we go. Oh. No, I forgot you can't go through that thing, because the game says no. Oh yeah, also the rush jet, not quite as useful in this game, because you can't... I'm sure even in Megaman IV, where they nerfed it, I'm pretty sure you could still move up and down with it. Unless I'm just remembering that wrong, but I'm pretty certain that was a thing you could do. But I find out that I am just remembering it wrong. It's like, no, you're an idiot. Which I am, but, you know, with the different reasons. Also, yeah, this thing you just avoid where you can. It's like, yeah, I'm not dealing with you today. And I don't know what this enemy is, I don't remember it. See, the thing is, you can never tell, like, what enemies die in one hit and which ones die in, like, 10. It's not obvious from looking at them all the time. It's like, that enemy looks like it would die in one hit, considering some of the other ones that do, but it does not. I do like the tunage here. Yep, there we go. Just fall off the platform, you dink. Oh, hold on. Yeah, you have to move. So you have to move right there, otherwise you just take damage. That ends up taking damage anyway, so it's like whatever. But biography. I think the way that the letters are arranged, I think it's like you're supposed to beat this level first. I assume. I don't know for certain, but it would make sense. Oh, I don't know why I did that. Okay. Like I say, I'll play until I die. When I die, I'll probably start ranking this one. Because there are some other games I want to get to. And some that maybe some of you will find to be a little bit more interesting than this. Okay, there we go. Oh! So that's just annoying. It's like, oh, you missed the jump, so you land on the enemy and take damage. I don't know. I feel like something could be done there. The workshopping. I don't know. Your mileage may vary. I don't remember this enemy, but whatever. Ugh. Yeah. Gotta make the jump. Okay, I think we'll call it there for Megaman 4. So, where does it go on this list? Well, let's compare it to Megaman 3, considering that, you know, kind of immediately follows that game, as that kind of stands to reason. Yeah, so, is Megaman 4 better than Megaman 3? Well, it's better than Sonic 3D Blast 5. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to question that. So, Mega Man 3 is quite similar, but it was a lot less forgiving, you know, for the most part. Like, this game has its moments where it can be kind of a pain to do, but for the most part, it kind of works okay. Yeah, it's got the whole parts system where you can get extra things to kind of help you through the game. That I like. I like the fact they've added that into the game. Like, they've taken Mega Man 3, and obviously, you know, changed the levels and boss fights and everything completely, obviously. But, yeah, they've added that into the game, which does improve it. They've added, I don't know, like Beat is in the game, who's in Mega Man 5. They have the wider letters. I don't remember what that does, but I think you need it to beat the game. Or certainly preferable to beat the game, at least. But yeah, like, generally the game works better than Mega Man 3. I had a lot more fun with this than Mega Man 3. Mega Man 3, I played for like 2 levels, and then I was like, okay, I don't want to play this anymore. This game, I would be far more willing to go back to try to finish at some point. Like, yeah, it doesn't belong down here. It's a lot better than Mega Man 3. It's better than Castlevania The Adventure. It's better than both of the Snoopy games. It's definitely better than Head On. I would gladly play this over that. It's better than Flipple, an exciting cube game. It's better than Racing Damacy. It's better than Yakuman and Alleyway, thinking about it. It's better than James Bond 007. But it's better than Mega Man 2. Like, Mega Man 2 was a game that I felt was a lot more fun than it had any right to be, given that it was clearly rushed out in a few months. But, like, Mega Man 2, I was fine with playing that one. I thought it was okay. But the sound in it is awful, and it definitely feels more derivative of the NES game that it's named after than Mega Man 4 does. Yeah, it's... I don't know. I think it's a case where, yeah, this is a better game, just for a few factors like that. Like, I would play this over Mega Man 2. It's better than Painter Momo P, or Momo Pie, whatever. It's better than Boxall. It's better than Sonic 6. Sonic 6 was okay, but I think this is better than that. It's better than that weird version of Klax. It's definitely better than DuckTales. Like, DuckTales definitely had quite a few issues of its own where the levels were too cramped, which isn't really the case in Mega Man for the most part. So, yeah, it's better than that. The sound is a lot better. It doesn't have that weird flangey feel that DuckTales had. So that definitely plays in its favour. You know, it doesn't have the moon, but it does have Ringman's weapon, which is pretty good. So yeah, it's better than DuckTales. It's better than Puzzle Boy 1 and 2. It's better than Yar's Revenge, the Kotile Ultimatum. It's better than Felix the Cat. Now, Gargoyle's Quest, I feel, is more the level that we're at. This, I feel, is more comparable to that than to anything else here. Like, Gargoyle's Quest has kind of a similar thing where the level designs are largely okay, but there are probably a few questionable ideas that they could have done without. I'd say Gargoyle's Quest is kind of similar in that sense, where maybe there are a few things that could have been implemented better than they were. But you've got ways to kind of improve your abilities a little bit as you go through the game, like the whole thing where you can upgrade your weapon energy. Or like you gain weapon energy without having to keep switching the weapons out, which is quite useful, because that was an issue with the NES games, where you didn't have that option. So I like that. And yeah, but yeah, it's better than Gargoyle's Quest. It's better than the monochrome version of Drop Zone. But is it better? I don't know if it's better than the colour version, though. But that's not the version that I ranked. You know, I ranked the monochrome version, not the colour version. And this is better than the monochrome version. So that's what's important. Is it better than Elevator Action? It's a difficult one. Elevator Action was pretty good. It was pretty good conversion, with a few new ideas of its own. Kind of like Megaman IV in that sense. You know, it's comparable. But if I had to choose one that I would try to play through, I'd probably go for Megaman IV, I think. It's a little bit more forgiving than Motocross Maniacs. Because Motocross Maniacs is the case that you like miss a jump and it can pretty much end your run. Motocross Maniacs, I think, is the only good Konami game I've played in this series, which makes me sad, because there are other good ones, but they're just not on the multicarts I've got. It's like they went out of their way to pick the worst Konami games they could find. But yeah, I'd say this is better than that. It's better than Serpent. It's better than Ninja Boy. But is it better than Boxing? Because Boxing was surprisingly good. Mega Man 4 is good in a way that I would expect a game called Mega Man 4 to be. Like, it's not perfect, but, you know, it's pretty solid, generally. But Boxing, I feel, was kind of more innovative, in a sense. Like, Mega Man, you know, you get to Mega Man 4, you're pretty much going to get what you expect for the most part. But which one would I rather play? It's a tough one. Like, Mega Man 4 has a bit more to it, but Boxing, I don't know, I can play Mega Man 4 and 5 on the NES and get a lot of the similar stuff out of it. I don't recall any other game like Boxing, or Heavyweight Championship Boxing, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I don't think it's quite as good as that. So, congratulations to our new number 22, Mega Man 4 for the Game Boy. But hey, you know what? Capcom stuck with Minakuchi for making these games, and it finally paid off. So, let's see if they can keep the ball rolling with Mega Man 5. Okay, so Mega Man 5, let's go. Yeah, let's try a different colour scheme for this one. Now, this game does have Super Game Boy features. Unfortunately, they don't work on the Game Boy player, so you won't be seeing those here. But, yeah, again, cutscene in Japanese, because that's the version they put on the multicart for some reason. Gotta play the monochrome. Oh, yes. But yes, Rockman World 5, as it's known, aka Mega Man 5. I mean, I suppose I could have played this on my SNES and gotten the Super Game Boy features that way, but I don't have it plugged in right now, so yeah, Game Boy player it is. It's a shame they didn't bring over the Super Game Boy features to this. I guess they designed it more for Game Boy Advance and Game Boy compatibility was more of a bonus. Yeah, there are certain colour palettes that I tend to just go for most of the time. But here we go. So here is here is Hair Metal Man. Not to be confused with Metal Man. Oh, I can't wait to see that. So yeah, just like Mega Man 4, I did play this game a little bit off stream. Here we go. Here's Red Mega Man. It's like, oh no, my Mega Buster doesn't work against this thing. Actually, here's a question. Is Dr. Wily in this game? Because from what I played, he wasn't. But I don't know. Maybe it shows up at the end. It's like, it was me all along! Just like in every other one of these games. I mean, I hope not. I mean, I like Dr. Wily, it's just... I don't know. They could have swapped him out with someone else. Like, after, like, Megaman 3. Like, he's in cahoots with the Hair Metal Man. I know he has a name. Is it Terra, I think? I don't know. I didn't really play this one until recently. But yeah, here he is. Mega Man in the house. He has been brought back to life. Even Terra could not keep him down. But yeah. Dr. Light still here. I mean, you think they would have just gone for Dr. Light first, but maybe they just didn't know who he is. Since they come from space. Like, that was the whole idea. It's like, okay, we've got all these robot masters from space. Or, like, are they even robots? Because they look like robot masters. And you'll especially see that in a bit when I get to actually going into the game a bit. But yeah, basically, it's robots have come from space and taken over the world, and now Mega Man has to stop them. So, yeah, so we get this again. Hey, look, you know, actually these colours might be a bit better than the one I was using for the previous game. Again, not a fault of the games, that's just, you know, it's kind of what I have to work with Game Boy Player. Yeah, again, unfortunately I cannot read this text, but it's kind of got the same system as the previous game, where you get, like, the P-chips, and then you swap them out for, like, various items, like E-tanks, and the thing that automatically refills whatever weapon you have the lowest amount of. So they brought that system back for this game, which, you know, is fine. It was one of the things I liked about Mega Man 4. Yeah, the MH and CL, I mean, well, it's not going to... You're not going to be able to read the text anyway, unless you know Japanese. Okay, so here's one issue that I do have with this game. So this cat... I've forgotten the name of it already. But, I never figured out what the purpose of it was. So I know Rush Coil is in this game. Or, like, Rush, I should say, is in the game. You know, like, you can unlock Rush Coil. Yeah, like, I tried to figure out a purpose for Tango. I couldn't find one. I was like, maybe I could use Tango as, like, a platform. You know, like with Rush. You know, you bounce on him to go up platforms. I don't know what the purpose of Tango is. I don't know if you can use him to attack enemies. But yeah, so here we go. We have this character who looks like Starman. This one... Yeah, so you got this one. I mean, this is obviously a sprite edit of Toadman. Yeah, this cat. The cat robot, Tango. It's called that. And then you have... yeah, it looks a bit like Waveman. So they're basically taking existing Robot Master designs and modified them. To be fair, they do have their own abilities, and some of them are quite interesting. So I don't remember which one you're supposed to go up against first. But we're going to go up against, I think it's Mars. Like Mars... It's kind of a shame they didn't call him Mars Man. Just so I can make a whole load of references to Inventor games. It's like, is it Mars Man or is it just Mars? Two different Inventor games. So yeah, Mega Man 5, they kind of took this one in a completely different direction to the previous games. And I appreciate that. Like, you know, they didn't just go the easy route and was like, okay, we're just going to take a whole load of Robot Masters from Mega Man 5 and 6. Which they easily could have done if they wanted to. This was 1994. So they would have had those as an option. Also, yeah, so they made some weird differences with the weapons in this. So, yeah, so in every other Mega Man game, well, I say every other Mega Man game, I think the ones from 3 onwards, like 3 and 4, basically, you have the, what is it? Yeah, you just have, like, the Mega Buster, and you can charge it. But in this game, they changed it to, like, this weird... Okay, let me show it off here briefly. So, okay, if I charge it up, so it does this, like, punch move, like he just fires out his fist, Rayman style. It's weird, and it doesn't go the full length of the screen the way that the charge shot from previous games did. But yeah, I don't know what Tango's purpose is. I never figured it out. Like, in fact, I'll try to hit an enemy with it here, see if that works. Yeah, so if I charge it here... Ah, there we go. Okay, so I guess it does have a use. I thought it was supposed to be for, like, platforming, but I guess not. Okay, so, you know, I'll just do this. Just make it easier. But yeah, like I say, they made some weird differences to this one. And I do appreciate that they made those differences, like, there are people who would say that the series really began to stagnate on the NES by the 5th game, and... You know, you really can't say that for this one. For whatever else you might want to say about it, they definitely had some ideas going on with it, and I like that. Yeah, he just rolls around at the speed of sound. Okay, so I've got to barely make this jump. Okay, so here I think is the mini-boss. Yeah, here we go. I remember this. So... I'm trying to remember how you... Yeah. Oh, no, that's not how you do that. That was bad. That was really bad on my part. So you can upgrade this attack to make it a lot better. In fact, there's something really weird about it that I'll try to show off later on. I'll try to play this normally for a start. I don't remember... See, you do get sections like that, which are just kind of like... Okay, I don't know why they did it like this. Okay, well, at least it respawns you here, so that you don't have to, like, go through, like, a ton of other stuff just to get back to this point. Though, the way that the screen scrolls vertically makes it a lot more of a pain to deal with than it otherwise might have been. Problem is I'm on my last life, which means I got to do this boss fight with this one life I have. And because actually getting all the items on this level is basically impossible because of the way it's laid out. It's like I need certain items that I don't have yet. I'm not sure if you're meant to do this level first. The one on the left, I'm thinking maybe. I mean, to be fair, like, dying and continuing in this game isn't that bad, because at least if you die and continue, you do at least get the P-chips. So you can stack up on those. So, like, if you just, like, yeah, I just want to just keep getting the P-chips. That is an option. So, there is at least... Like, at least if you die and continue, it's not completely useless, the way that it may be in some other games. Oh, was it Mercury? Which one was Mercury? Is that the second one from the left? I can't remember. See, the controls on that make it a lot difficult to do than it should be, because normally in Mega Man, you stop moving horizontally when you let go of the D-pad. In this one, you don't, and that's not great. Yeah, so I've got 28 P-chips, which does absolutely sod all. You need, like, at least 60 to be able to do anything. Oh, or I can do that. I didn't actually mean to do that, I was trying to quit out the menu. But yeah, so I think it's... Yeah, I think this one's Mercury, isn't it? I can't remember what the Toadman looking one is. Yeah, this is it. I remember. I guess Mercury's closest to the sun. Maybe that's the logic behind it. I don't know. But actually, okay, let me show off like a really weird feature of this game. So I'm going to deliberately kill myself, and there is a reason for this. You'll see what I mean when I try this again. Okay, so I die, and then I continue. Okay, so we do this. And then, we go back, Jack, do it again. I mean, I might as well get a few P-chips while I'm here, because why not? It's like, fuck it, I got nothing better to do. See, I think I learnt this while, like, watching a stream series on this game. It's like, oh yeah, what's the strategy? Just keep killing yourself, and just get the P-chips. So there is... So I basically wanted to share this. I wasn't actually... I'd forgotten about this when I tried playing it myself, so I was just playing it normally. But okay, so if we continue... Yeah, okay, so we do this again. You know, Tango... I was about to say, is Tango the monochrome version of Pink Jelly? And then I realised, actually, that's a really stupid question. It doesn't even look like Pink Jelly at all. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've been playing Mega Man for this whole stream. Okay, let's see if this works the way I remember it. Or maybe it's different in the Japanese version? I don't know. No, I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe they did it differently in this one. I don't know if there are regional differences. I didn't think to look that up beforehand, which I probably should have done. Okay, I'll do it this time, and if I die here, I'll... Okay, you know, after this death, I'm just gonna just move on. And I'll try to play it normally. Okay, so... Continue. Yeah, okay, here we go. So this is what I was talking about. So, if you die and then continue a whole bunch of times, you get this cutscene. Now, so what happens at this point is that if you die and continue a bunch of times, I don't know if it's just die and continue like 4 or 5 times and then it does it, or if you have to die on the same level over and over. But basically what happens here is that basically Dr. Light upgraded my attack. So you'll notice that it's quite a bit faster now than it was before. So, like, that's the trick to playing this game, is that if you deliberately die a whole bunch of times, you get a better version of the weapon. Which is really weird. I'm not entirely sure why it was done like that. Oh, God, it's like playing Toy Factory all over again. But constantly moving platforms against your will. Yeah, it's like some weird thing that they did in this, where you can literally upgrade your weapon by just dying a lot. So I guess it was meant to be something to help people who weren't good at the game, maybe? I don't know. Oh, okay, I don't know what I was doing there. That was me being an idiot. Yeah, so you can do it again. Like, it does it twice, I think. But I'll try actually playing this normally for a bit. So I don't think I ever got that while I was playing it myself. Even though there was one stage that I just kept dying on. Maybe I didn't die on it enough. It was... I think it was the Venus level. Which has one section which is particularly not good. It's like this section with like a bouncing area with spikes that kill you instantly. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's do this jump normally and not being a pillock about it. There we go. I don't know what this thing is, but I can just do that. Okay, I don't know why I collected that health when I didn't actually need it. Especially since the health doesn't respawn if you die. If you get the pizza doesn't come back. Only the bad guys. Okay. Yep, that sounds about right to me. Yeah, this does make me miss a time where you could just get that sort of thing for free. Like, I appreciate that it's there. I don't know, it feels like the sort of thing that you should just be able to unlock. Like, you get to, like, the second half of the game and it just becomes, like, an item that you get for, like, 200 peach chips or whatever. But I don't think that option ever comes up. It's like, you literally have to die and continue, like, 10 times to get a fully upgraded weapon. Again, it's really weird. I mean, like, again, I kind of appreciate the fact that it's there. But it's almost like just some weird Easter egg that makes the game easier. It's like, here, little shit. Okay, we see you can't actually play this game well, so we're just going to... yeah, make it more doable. But yeah, I think more than anything, it just kind of speeds up the weapon. I do like some of the enemy designs in this too. Like, there's some interesting stuff going on. So this enemy looks like... is it Sparkman? No, not Sparkman himself, like an enemy from Sparkman's level. It's got that kind of look to it. Good. No, sod off. No, no one likes you. Okay, cheesing me out. Yeah. See, this is where I wish I just had Toadman's weapon. It's like, probably could have done with keeping Toadman's weapon from the previous game. Would have been useful. Rather than just being stuck using the default Mega Buster every time. Like, I don't think space robots can withstand the rain very well. I'm just saying. That was always one of the big logical fallacies of this entire series. Is like, why didn't Mega Man just keep all the weapons in the previous game? So, oh yeah, I'm just going to just throw them all away. Because I'm totally not going to need the metal blades ever again. I don't know. Like, I think there was it like the Mega Drive collection where it had the Wily Tower? Yeah, and I remember the Wily Tower, the whole thing about that was, what was it? Yeah, it was like you basically got to, like, choose a whole bunch of weapons you could go in with it. Where it's basically you beat Mega Man 1 through 3, and then you get the Wily Tower, and then it's like, okay, you get to just, like, go into these levels with a whole set of weapons. And you had to, like, figure out which ones were good. Also, yeah, that, not easy. So you can slide through those gaps, it's kind of weird. But hey, I've got an extra life, that makes this a lot more doable. Okay. As long as I don't keep dying... okay. So I don't remember if Venus... or not Venus. I don't remember if Mercury was easy to fight or not. Like, I did play at least a few levels of this. Okay, let's... okay, let's just use this as like a burner life. So we got Tango. I mean, I have an E-Tank if I need it, so I'm just going to use a burner life and then I'm just going to beat it. And use the E-Tank if necessary. So Mercury, again, notice kind of looks like Starman from Mega Man 5. Even though Starman wasn't actually in the previous game. And of course, wasn't in any of the other games. Yeah. Gonna need to practice on this, I think. Because I'm doing shite. Oh well. That's what my other life is for. Like I say, I could just do a mulligan with this. But does it really not have range to just get to the edge? Or whatever. Yeah, I think the, what was it, the hand grabber thing is quite useful for like anything that has a lot of health, including bosses, I think. Or maybe it just affects like generic enemies, I don't know. Yeah. I'm not sure what the pattern is to get past that. Okay, so this one's not too hard. Well, provided you're not being a git, like I am being right now. But okay. Okay. So yeah, you beat Mercury. And then, so, which planets is it? It's like Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Neptune. Because they had to have a water level in there. Which doesn't actually have much water in it from what I remember. Like, water levels were always weird in the Mega Man games. Because the only effect that water has is that you just jump really high. Yeah, I forgot about that one. Yep. The classic. Yeah, suffice to say, they did change that name for the other versions. Yeah, you gotta snatch a quick breath under the desk lid. Otherwise, it will be a out, school prison. Okay, here we go. Well, I got 68, so do barely soddle with this. So what? So basically, you have the CL and the, is it the MH? Whatever it is. Yeah, so like CL and MH. So I don't have enough like P chips to do this. What did they change? Yes, like I said, they changed like the Mega Buster. So like they changed the name of the weapon that I got for beating the last level. I can't remember what they called it in the other versions. It was probably like the Mercury Buster or I don't know, the Metal Buster or something. Because you know Mercury is a metal. It is Venus, isn't it? Yes, Venus, who is totally not Toadman from the previous game. No, this is a totally new original character. Yeah, here we go. Also, this is yeah, where having these colours makes this a little bit easier than it would have been otherwise, because you can easily tell these things apart from the background now. Yeah, the Grab Buster, that was it. It doesn't really grab anything though, so I don't know why they called it that. I don't think so, anyway. Just a weird name all around. Yeah, it's still got that weird thing where you stand, like, off the edge of the platform and you can make a jump. Also, I like this. If you just leave that bubble there, it never spawns another one. Because, I mean, the game is kind of running slow enough already that if it spawned a second bubble, the game would just, like, have a fit. You just wouldn't be able to take it. See, this is kind of interesting. It's like, okay, you got this waterfall, and it can despawn platforms. Like, it's really weird. Okay, here we go. So you watch this. So I go here, and then it, like, makes the ladder disappear. Which is actually kind of a problem, because if you're on the ladder when it disappears, you fall off the ladder. So that's how that works. So you gotta be careful. You see the slowness here as well. I mean, that's just a problem with this whole series in general. It doesn't break the game or anything, but yeah, it's something I kind of notice. So from what I remember... Oh, yeah, this part sucks. I hate saying it. It's just annoying to deal with. Especially when we got these, like, big spike pits right nearby. Okay. So I can just about make the jump. I don't know if you're supposed to be able to jump past the waterfalls. I don't trust this game to let me to do that, though. But yeah, like I said, I did not play this game until recently, so Yeah, my experience of this one is a bit limited. Yeah, and then you get sections like this which are just kind of annoying. I don't know, I'm not particularly a fan. And like, God, you look at the slowdown as well. Like, there's literally one enemy on screen and you can't handle it. Yeah, from what I remember, the strategy here is just ignore this enemy completely because it's not worth it. Like, there are some enemies you're better off just skipping them. Maybe that applies to all the games, but still. So actually, what I'm just trying to do here is to get, like, P chips to get, like, one of the upgrades, but... Yeah, so here we go, just... Oh. See, this is just obnoxious. Where it's just, okay, you got this enemy and you have to, like, hammer buttons to get out of it. It's like, no. Oh yeah, this bit. Yeah, this is where the level gets bad. This section with this, like, bouncy floor. And it's not this bit, it's another bit later on. I'm not sure if I'll be able to get to that point, but I'll try. Just to show you what the issue is. Okay, I don't remember this bit. Okay, it's not this room, it's like the part after this. Yeah, so the problem is, I don't think this weapon has... No, okay, it has just barely enough range to hit this enemy. Problem is, this bubble, like the hitbox on this bubble is bigger than it appears. Or maybe it's the hitbox on your attack, I can't really tell. I'm just looking at it. But yeah, like, this part's annoying. It's like, I should just be able to shoot through the bubble, but instead it goes like Space Invader style. And then my TV has a fit. And just decides it's not going to show the game anymore. See, sections like this are just like, I don't know why it's designed like this. I don't know. Like, maybe I could have used the other weapon, but it's like, I also need that weapon for the boss fight. Because what if the boss fight is really hard? Like, I don't know that going in. Yeah, so you notice that, like there was, like, super heavy gravity on that bit, which I guess kind of makes sense for a waterfall, but still. Also, I wasn't even on the platform there. Like, I clearly was not on that platform, but it kind of fell through it anyway. Or, I don't know. Like, it did not look like I was on the platform. That was just weird. Okay, here's the really annoying bit. You basically have to damage boost through that bit. That, spike is, like, nearly impossible to dodge because of the bouncy floor. And... avoiding that normally, I don't know how you do it. Because, like, some parts of the floor bounce really high and some of them don't. And it makes it really awkward. Because if you don't bounce high enough, you'll just miss the jump and then you die anyway. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to wait for this one. Finish its attack animation. See, that's just bollocks. Like, that's an enemy that just should not exist. It's like, oh, you thought the mini-bosses in Ringman stage sucked? Yeah, we get ready for this. I don't know. It's like, you know what? I kind of wish I just had... Because you have Tango, but I think it can only hit enemies that are on the ground. Like, right at the bottom of the screen. And if the enemy is anywhere else on the screen, it won't hit it. I think. Maybe I'm missing something, but I think that's how it works. But yeah, it's like... I don't know. Your attacks feel, like, nerfed compared to the previous game, where it's got, like, the whole thing where... Okay. It'll let me go back into the game. But yeah, it's like... Your weapons in this game feel nerfed compared to the previous game, where, again, like, your default attack doesn't have range to go to the edge of the screen. Which is something that it did have in literally every other game. So it's definitely... I don't know. Like, there are some interesting ideas, I don't think they entirely come together. It's like... Yeah, it's how do I describe it? It's like they were intent on just making sure that the series didn't stagnate. That they were just like, okay, we're just going to like just change a whole bunch of things, and regardless of whether it works or not, we're doing it anyway. It's kind of how it feels to me. Like, there's some good stuff going on, like the items that you get here where they improve your weapon. Like, there is something to that. Yeah, it's like that. Okay, so it like sticks to the enemy for a bit, and it does more damage. I kind of like that. But again, I don't think that's something you had in any of the other games. So, like, there are some good things to this game. But there are definitely things about it that are inferior to the previous game. But it is also a game that's worth playing just because it is a case where, you know, with the other 4 games, it's like, okay, well, all these Robot Masters were in the other games anyway. And you really can't say that for this one. It's like, well, you know, you didn't get to fight Mars Man in, you know, Megaman 6 on the NES. Or Megaman 5, whichever. It's like, you know, they weren't on the NES. New characters. There we go. Dodge this enemy, and then do this bit. I'll show you how to do this. And again, the levels, like, just like the previous games, are a bit on the long side. Which isn't necessarily a great thing, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't mind the levels being a bit shorter. Personally. Or again, if there were just more checkpoints. I know I say that for, like, literally all of these games, pretty much, but it is true. I do think these games would have been better with that. You know, like, Megaman 4 is pretty good, for what it's worth. But yeah, and then you get situations like this, where it's like, okay, having a full-range weapon that goes all the way to the edge of the screen would have been kind of useful. It's like, there's no option to just have the Mega Buster. I kind of wish I did, but okay. I mean, it could be a lot worse, you know, I could be playing like Megaman 1, which is absolutely, yeah. I don't know. Like, you know, these games do generally get better for what it's worth. But yeah, again, like, you basically have to damage boost on that bit, because, like, doing it without that, you're just going to crash into the spike and die. Yeah, that is true. Well, if you're talking about the Game Boy version, if you're talking about the NES version, well, no, I'd say that's probably better than this. Because it's Mega Man 3 on the NES, and, well, NES games just didn't get much better than that. In fact, I would say, you know, you could probably make a case for Mega Man 4 on Game Boy being better than Mega Man 4 on the NES. And you definitely couldn't do that for Mega Man 3. Mega Man 5 is a very different beast compared to all the other ones. But yeah, I mean, I have my reservations about this one, I guess. But yeah, I mean, you're right. You know, you compare this to Mega Man 3, and this is much better than that. Okay, so we get Mercury's weapon out. Yeah, so here we go up against not Toadman. I don't think it's quite as easy as Toadman. Oh. Wait, does Mercury's weapon not work against me? I guess not. I think I just went to the wrong boss. Oh well, I got my E-Tank ready. Yeah, so upgrading your default attack actually does help quite a bit. Yeah, as you say. Like, I didn't even need an E-Tank for that, and it worked. So, it definitely, again, like, compared to Mega Man 3, I mean, this is obviously a lot better than that. just plays a lot better. And again, it's a more original game, which does play in its favour. You know, and I do have to respect Minakuchi Engineering for, again, for not letting the series to stagnate and to kind of take it off in their own kind of weird direction. I give it points for that. But yeah, like, a lot of people seem to think this is the best one. Certainly on Game Boy, at least. I have to think about that myself. It's going to take some thinking, I think. But hey, I got Rush Coil. He's in the house. Okay. Shall I continue? No, I think you all want to see the next game, don't you? You're all anticipating that one, I guarantee it. But okay, yeah, Megaman V on the Game Boy. I mean, I have seen the game being played through in full. There's some interesting stuff going on with, like, the bosses later on. Some of the weapons pretty... Actually, I will briefly show off Venus's weapon, just to show it off. I do remember that each stage has, like, a slightly different colour palette if you play it on Super Game Boy. Like I say, I'm playing it on Game Boy Player, so that's not really an option. But yeah, so you see, like, Mercury's weapon here. Oh. There we go. And for what it's worth, the soundtrack is pretty good too. There we go. We go here. We got Venus's weapon. Hooray! Oh. Yeah, so it just explodes. Not necessarily something I associate with Venus, but okay. There we go. Yeah, this starting area is not great. Actually, maybe this is a section where Tango is useful. Let's try that. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're telling me this character is not a cat? Bollocks. The most catty cat that ever catted. But yeah, its use is a bit limited, unfortunately. Oh, hold on. Okay, let's try not to get hit. Yeah, so you really need Venus's weapon for this, but trying to do this bit with a Mega Buster doesn't work especially well. Or maybe I was just rubbish with it, but yeah. There we go. But yeah, I mean, the weapons in this are alright. The problem with the weapons in this game is that they have so little energy. I think there is an item that you can get in this game that doubles the amount of energy that you have for the weapons. But given the amount that you had in all the previous games, it feels less like... I don't know, it feels less like they've added this cool new feature that allows you to double the weapon ammo, and more like they just gave you half the ammo by default and force you to upgrade it to get a decent amount of ammo for the weapons. And I don't know, I don't particularly like that. Like, okay, let's compare this to Megaman IV, because I think that's the best point of comparison. Because I think back to Megaman IV, it's maybe a bit less distinct from the NES games, just because it is taking bosses from Megaman 4 and 5 on the NES. But Megaman 5 kind of feels like a one step forward, two steps back situation. It has some good ideas. There's a lot of merit to it with it being its own kind of original entry in the series, rather than being more derivative of the NES games. It does have that going for it. I like what they've done with some of the weapons, like where it's, okay, you've got this default weapon that's a little bit different, doesn't work as well to begin with, but you can upgrade it, and it has its own kind of strengths and weaknesses, certainly when you upgrade the weapon at least. But it's got some weird stuff going on. It's like, okay, you can upgrade your weapon by dying and continuing a whole bunch of times, which is really weird. I guess it makes the game easier when you know when you know that that's the case. You can just keep doing that at the beginning of the game. It's, oh yeah, now my weapon's just a fair bit more powerful than it was. But yeah, like, so Mega Man 4 is actually quite good. This, again, it's definitely worth playing, but it's, I don't know, I would rather play Mega Man 4 overall. I think Mega Man 4 just plays a little bit better than this, You know, the levels, I think, were designed a little bit better in that one. It's worth playing both of these games, I think. You can probably skip the first 3 and not miss much. I would say probably start with the 4th one, and then go to the 5th one, maybe the 2nd one. And you can probably skip 1 and 3. But yeah, I'd say it's not as good as Mega Man 4. It's got a lot going for it, but I don't know. I think this is actually the highest rated action game on the Game Boy, and I have to disagree. I wouldn't even call it the best Mega Man game on Game Boy. Because again, Mega Man 4 was a pretty solid game overall. And this just isn't quite on the same level. I prefer Motocross Maniacs, I think. But is it better than Gargoyle's Quest? I'd have to think about that one, because Gargoyle's Quest is pretty good. But I had my reservations about that one as well, certainly towards the end of it. Yeah, I'd say it's maybe a little bit better than Gargoyle's Quest. Like, again, this one is, for what it's worth, it is a good game overall. I didn't think much of the first 3 games, well, 1 and 3 certainly. But these last 2 are a lot better. I wouldn't necessarily say they're great, but yeah, I mean, they're good. I mean, they're worth playing at least. I'd say this is maybe a little bit better than Gargoyle's Quest, not much better. I don't like it more than Drop Zone. I think I would play Drop Zone over this. But then, we are talking the monochrome version of Drop Zone. And the colour version was better. There was no colour version of Mega Man 5, I don't think. Like, unless I guess you played on Game Boy Color, there's a tiny bit of colour there, I guess. But yeah, I think... Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit harder to read what was going on in the monochrome version of Drop Zone. So I'd say it's better than that, but it's not better than Elevator Action. But so there we go. Our new number 27, Mega Man 5. Not quite as good as Mega Man 4, but, you know, they tried their best. They gave it a good go. And, as I say, I do have to respect this game for doing things differently. It's not my favourite Mega Man by a long shot, but you could do a lot worse. You know, see, like, the 100+ games ranked below this on the list. But anyway. Here's the one you all came to see. Okay. Rockman World 8 on the Game Boy. Okay, so, like I say, I have my reservations about Rockman 4 and 5, and as I say, I don't think much of 1 or 3. You know what's coming, don't you? Okay. So, are you enjoying the soundtrack for this one? Rockman 8 on the Game Boy. So, you may have also noticed Mega Man Extreme 1 and 2 on the list. I'm not going to cover those today because they're based more on Mega Man X, and I just never got into Mega Man X. And... yeah, I don't know. I need to spend some time with Mega Man X before I get around to doing the Game Boy Color games. Now, I've also never really played Rockman 8. But I don't think I need to for this to rank this next game. Let's be honest. I mean, I think this song tells you everything you need to know about what to expect from this game. Actually, I'm going to turn this down a bit. There we go. Yeah, that'll do. I think that's good. It's as good as you're going to get in this game. So, yeah. So, as you can see, as you might have guessed, Midakuchi Engineering had nothing to do with the production of this game. At least I would assume not. So we've got Mega Man right in the middle, and apparently you can select Mega Man, which is interesting. You've got Frost Man, Clown Man, or no, which one's of which? I can't remember. No, there's Clown Man. I can't remember who this one is. Like I said, I haven't played Mega Man 8 on PlayStation. I should one day, just to see if it is any good. and Tengu Man, I think. Again, I don't remember this one. Oh, is it Grenade Man? I forgot Grenade Man was Mega Man 8. Yeah, I keep getting confused with Napalm Man from the 5th game. But okay, let's just for the sake of it, let's pick Rockman. We're gonna go up against ourselves, which actually does make a little bit of sense because you know, in Mega Man 1 you did have that one boss fight against like a clone version of yourself. So as you can see, you've got the charge shot, which I don't think actually does anything. In fact. So, yeah. So, you've got the Mega Buster, so that's back to normal. Also, occasionally he'll just point his gun out, even when he's not firing. Also, are you enjoying the soundtrack yet? With this, like... Yeah, with this rough rendition of what I think is the Megaman IV, like, Robot Master selection song. I mean, in fact, I think the song was in Megaman 3 on Game Boy, wasn't it? Like, when you're just picking the bosses in that game. Also note the fact... Okay, so I picked up a weapon, like an ammo refill icon, and it gave me health. Also note that the health bar in this game is bigger than it is in the other ones. I also love the fact that it has the game title on the bottom right corner, like one of those, you know, ZX Spectrum games. That's what it makes me think of, anyway. So I don't remember that being a thing in any of the Mega Man games, like, official. Because, yeah, this game is so official. So, yeah, so here's how the game works. Okay, so we do the charge shot. Well, I tried to do the charge shot. I let go of the B button, and it just wouldn't do it. Like, it literally just wouldn't fire. So yeah, I mean, that kind of works as you would expect. As I say, you do seem to get more health in this than the other games. So I think they tried to make it the same size as it was on the NES. So I'll give them points for that. And I think someone's actually been trying to do a ROM hack of this game to put it fully in colour. Because there is a colour re-release of this game, except they picked like the worst colour scheme they could possibly find. I do kind of like the sprite work a little bit. Though, it's also like this weird mix of, like, Mega Man 3 sprites and Mega Man 8 sprites. Like, you probably see the Met in a bit walking across the floor. And I think those sprites are taken from Mega Man 8. They're certainly not taken from like, the NES games, or even the Game Boy games. Also, I don't know if this one can be killed or not. Like, I shot it like 15 times and didn't die. But yeah, so you got that, which again, I think that sprite's taken from Mega Man 8. But that enemy I just killed, I think that's from Mega Man 3. Does this enemy just not die? Or are my shots colliding with the wall? I can't even tell. Also, there's no slide move in this. Even though that had been in the series for like 5 or 6 games by this point. So that's missing. Again, the weapon kind of works like it does in Mega Man 3 on Game Boy, a little bit. Also, if you pause the game, normally you would get to select your weapon here, except whoever made this game, Macinsoft, as noted in the chat, they couldn't be bothered to program in the other weapons, or any of the other items, so it gives you the pretense that there are going to be other weapons, but there aren't. You just don't get any in this game at all. Okay, can I actually kill the swing? Yes, I can. Okay, so your shots do collide with the walls in this. Yeah, it's actually kind of surprising that you can even collect power-ups and have them actually do anything. So at least the power-ups work in a sense. Like, in the sense that you can collect them and they give you health. I mean, again, the weapon pickups give you health as well. Because, like I said, they just didn't bother to program the other weapons into it. But yeah, this is Mega Man 8 on Game Boy. This is what happens when Minakuchi Engineering is not rehired for your project. Also, yeah, here we get to fight Mega Man, aka a car. Like, was this even in Mega Man 8? I don't think it was. Again, I didn't play Mega Man 8. I'm pretty sure this is not in it, though. Like, this doesn't even look like it came from Mega Man. It looks like it came from... I don't even know. Like, I can't think of a single point of comparison. This game has broken me already. But yeah, it's a 1910s era, like, Formula 1 car. Or possibly some kind of locomotive of some sort that spits rocks at you. Like, rather than just, oh, I don't know, a Robot Master, or even a clone of yourself, which they easily could have done, because again, Mega Man 1 had that, as did Mega Man 3 on the NES. I don't know if it was in the Game Boy one, but yeah, it definitely was in the NES at least. Yeah, is this a boss from Earthworm Jim? It looks kind of similar. I don't think it is though. No, I don't think that's what it's supposed to be. I think they just made this up themselves. It's the one original asset in this game. It's just that whatever this boss is supposed to be. Also, there's like a weird delay when you shoot your gun as well. It's like a shoot, and then like 3 or 4 frames later it fires. But there we go. Mega Man has been defeated. Even though I think I can still select him on this menu. So I don't know what's going on there. But yeah, garbage can boss. I mean, you want to talk appropriate. Like I say, I have my reservations with Mega Man 4 and 5, but... You know, like, there's a difference between, let's say. Yeah, so here we go. So, now we go up against Sparkman, aka Tenguv Man. Yeah, I love Tenguv Man. It's my favourite. I especially love this theme song. That sounds like it's being played through the Boîte Diabolique. I know I made that joke when I played Sonic 3D Blast 5, but this game doesn't deserve originality. I mean, look at it. Okay. Also, yeah, they have this, like, rabbit enemy from Mega Man 2 for some reason. I don't know what that's about. Like, it's not even thematically appropriate. We're in, like, some kind of tech base. And that enemy came from, what was it, Woodman, I think? Yeah, I recognise it. Yeah, Tenguv Man. You remember Tenguv Man? Okay. So let me show you the strategy to beating this game. Okay, so here's the thing. Basically, don't kill anything, because otherwise the platforms despawn and make the level impossible. Like, I think there's supposed to be a platform there, because how would you make that jump otherwise? You know what? No, I have to stop. I must. You know, let's at least try to make this somewhat bearable. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, here's a better alternative. Yeah, I think this improves it a bit. You know, say what you want about Mario and Yoshi, it didn't make me want to peck my ears out. Assuming that's even a thing you can do. Yeah, one thing I do like about this game, like, at least the physics are a bit closer to the NES games. Like, you jump decently high. So at least there's that. Also, I like that little bit of health. Just, like, refilled my entire health bar. But like I say, you can, like, despawn platforms and it makes the level literally impossible. Like, there's some weird thing going on with the sprite limit. Oh, and sometimes you just go through platforms. So, if you remember Sonic 3D Blast 5 from the last stream, where you would just fall through platforms at random, yeah, this game has the exact same problem. Which, again, is really weird, because Super Donkey Kong 3, which I think was their first game, did not have that problem. So I don't know what happened between Super Donkey Kong 3 and this. That, like what used to work no longer works. It just doesn't make any sense. And again, you do just literally fall through platforms at random. Like, there's no logic to it as far as I can tell. Or to the entire game. Okay, so I'll shoot this enemy. Weirdly enough, these platforms you don't seem to fall off those, it's just the wider ones. Yeah, like there. It's like I was on the edge of the platform and yet, like... Oh, is it too... Oh, sorry! Got to, you should have told me earlier. I do like... I find it amusing that you can pause the game while you're dying. Like a really early, like, arcade to, like, Famicom conversion. Okay, let's try playing this level a little bit. Okay, we're going to just jump past this thing. Shoot this thing. So you basically just have to shoot the occasional enemy. And hope that it gives you health. Okay, that was my fault. I'm not going to blame the game for that one. That was just me being an idiot. I just love just how much the, like you look at the weird, like, flickeriness going on with the status bar as well, where it kind of, like, jitters a bit. I think Megaman 3 did that a bit as well, like the NES version. But also this game came out 9 years after Mega Man 3. Yeah, I'm just going to tank hits. And just whatever. I'm like, I'm Mega Man. I can take like 15 hits and not die. But yeah, I'm just going to shoot this enemy. Just get out of the way. That's the strategy. Okay, this is the run. Here we go. Yeah, so you notice that before... so I got to this bit and that platform just wasn't there. Like, the game literally just forgot to spawn the platform. Like, there's some weird thing with the sprite limit in this game where occasionally platforms just fail to spawn. Like here. It's like, oh, yeah, we forgot to spawn the platform. Guess we just kind of made the game impossible now. Yeah, as I say, I mean, Sonic 3D Blast 5 kind of had the same problem. So there is another level in this you can beat. So, yeah, Gemini Man, aka Frost Man. Yeah, it's not this level. I don't know what's going on with the tic-tac-toe. So I think this is Clown Man's level originally. So why it's called Frost Man, I don't know. So they couldn't even get the name consistent. Like, that's the level of attention to detail this game had. Mind you, I mean, like, I think back to Sonic 3D Blast 5 and how literally every level in the game is called Green Hill Zone, when most of the levels are clearly not that at all. It's like, okay, this is Flying Battery Zone, it's not Green Hill. Like, it's not even close. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, I'd say misery is the word. Possibly grease. No. I don't even know why I said that. I was just being a fool. Yeah, like... like... You have a friend who turned out to be an enemy that happens to also be a huge Mega Man fan. This is the present to get them for Christmas. Is this game. I do have to feel bad for anyone who had this game back in the day. Like I say, I don't like Mega Man 1 on Game Boy at all. I think it's kind of bad, but like... I can imagine someone being able to get at least a little bit of enjoyment out of it. This game, no. No one ever enjoyed this game. No one liked it. Like, like that tells you everything you need to know about this game. That moment is Rockman 8 on Game Boy. But, like, you notice when I paused the game earlier after I beat that other boss, like, you know that I didn't get a weapon? Because, again, they just didn't program them into the game. Because it would have been too much effort. But like I say, I feel bad for anyone who played this back in the day, because I didn't have, like, any, like, knockoff Game Boy cartridges or anything. All the ones I had were official. So I didn't play games like this. It's kind of a double-edged sword, because there are some good unlicensed games. I mean, we even saw the, what was it, King of Fighters 97, which granted is a ROM hack of an existing King of Fighters game, but it is at least a good game in its own right. Yeah. I mean, do I even need to play this game anymore? I don't think I do. I don't think I need to play any more of this game. I think you all kind of get the gist on what level we are at with this game. So, yeah. Rockman 8 on Game Boy. So, here's a question. Yes, Zook Hero is a Mega Man clone, and I will cover that one eventually, because I do have that game, and I do look forward to doing that one. I mean, it has to be better than that. There is no way it is going to be worse than Rockman 8 on Game Boy. But yeah, what do you think? Is it as good as Mega Man 4? I mean, Mega Man 4, you know, I could beat a level in it. Or I could beat some levels in it. In fact, I could beat every level if I sat down and wanted to play it long enough. But yeah, yeah, like Rockman 8, you don't have the P-chips. You know, it's like, it doesn't have the P-chip system. You don't have the E-tanks, you don't have the other weapons. And you also can't beat most of the levels because the platforms just don't work. Like, either they despawn or you just fall through them and die. Because there are so many jumps over bottomless pits, far more so than the real games. And no, it's not better than Mega Man 4. Like, Mega Man 5 had Mercury Man. And this game doesn't have... It does have Teng of Man, but it doesn't have Mercury Man. Mercury Man, I think, was a bit better. Yeah, no, it's not as good as Mega Man 5. It's worse than Yars' Revenge, the Kotal Ultimatum. It's worse than Boxel 2 and Boxel 1. It's worse than Pocket Monster Go Go Go. It's worse than Rubble Saver 2. It's worse than Dan Laser. It's worse than Racing Damashi. It's definitely worse than Volley Fire. It's worse than Ranma 1/2. I don't even remember what that game is, but it's worse than that. It's worse than Tesserae. It's worse than Game of Harmony. It's definitely worse than Castlevania The Adventure, because at least that game had hot gems. This game doesn't have that. Castellian had some cool graphics. It's worse than Super Donkey Kong 3, because the moving platforms in that game actually worked as they were supposed to. Well, you say that the game has its own crazy mode. Really, the game is the crazy mode. There is no normal mode. You know, that's the difference. Is that Dan Laser had its own normal mode. You know, you had the option. You know, you don't feel like being crazy today, just go for the non-crazy mode. But yeah, it's worse than Primitive Princess. It's definitely worse than Radical Rescue. Radical Rescue was a piece of shit, but at least it had a decent soundtrack. It's worse than... Is it worse than Tasmania Story? Yes. But does it belong below the buffer zone? Well, is this game beatable? And the answer to that is feasibly no. Like, I don't think anyone has ever beaten this game legitimately. And even if you could, even if someone out there has actually done that somehow, there is no ending. No ending was ever programmed into this game. You can beat all 5 levels and it just sits on the menu. And then you can just replay the levels if you want to. So, like, they didn't program an ending. They didn't program any other weapons other than the Mega Buster. Like, the bosses aren't even in the game. Like, there are bosses, but, like, they don't match what's on the menu. It's like, okay, so I pick Rockman, and I fight a car that isn't even from Mega Man. And it's like... So, like, the other bosses that you fight in the game... So you have the penguin from Mega Man 3 is one of the bosses. And the other one is like a flying pencil sharpener that drops lasers. And like one of them just like crashes the game at random. Like it just like triggers a reset. So I think beating the game is like literally impossible. But is it worse than Sonic 3D Blast 5? Like, Sonic 3D Blast 5 is kind of similarly impossible for similar reasons. It's by the same team, and it shows. The sound is just as bad. But at least the weapon functioned more or less as you expect to. Like, you can shoot the enemies, and you kill them. Which is something that Tasmania 2 couldn't do, even though it's still worse than that. But at least your attack works, and at least you can pick the levels and just do them in whatever order you feel like. You don't have to play through them in order. So if you get stuck on one of the impossible levels, you can just play a different one. Oh, actually there is, I think it's a reskin of Sonic 3D Blast 5, where if you beat level 1 of the game, it crashes the instant that you touch the goalpost. Like, that's literally a thing. And, yeah, that tells you everything you need to know about that game. But, yeah. It's... I mean, honestly, it's kind of moot which one of these games is worse, because I feel like calling either of them a game is giving them more credit than they deserve, but it's not worse than Sonic 3D Blast 5. It's like a slight hair better. Like, they're both in the cesspit. But, like, Rockman 8 is standing on the shoulders of Sonic 3D Blast 5, trying to get out from the buffer zone, but it just can't, because it's Rockman 8 and it's a piece of shit. Like, I make fun of Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge. You know, it's like... Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge may be a pretty bad game. But it is God, compared to Rockman 8. It's like, that game is... It's the epitome of bad. Like... It's like Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge. It's like, no, it's like, you expect it to be good because it's one of the Mega Man games. It's a sequel, but it's a disappointment that's such a big piece of fucking shit. But Rockman 8 and many other weird, obscure games, there's no expectations to be had. No disappointments, because they're just, you know, rare, obscure games like McKids or Taxman. But Rockman 8, you played it once and you're scarred for life. Like, I'm traumatized after playing it. I can't believe how bad it is. Like, it's bad. Like, that's why I'm on the camera with my own fucking face. To show you, with my own eyes, how fucking bad this game is. This game is fucking horrible! Okay, I'm gonna take off the AVGN skin for a second. I think I'm done with this cartridge for now. I will go back and play some of the other games later on. I mean, I do need to go back and do the Mega Man Extreme games. But like I say, I might want to try playing Mega Man X before I try that. But anyway, yeah. I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to have a look through my cartridges. So, don't go... I'm back. Yes. Okay. So we're going to put this cartridge away for now. And play something else. So I've got some other cartridges here that I'm kind of intrigued to cover. There are a couple where I'm like, okay, I might want to spend a bit of time with these games off stream before I try to tackle them. But here's one that I want to do right now. So I picked this up last week. I didn't get time to show it off on stream at that point. But this has two games on it that I want to cover that I haven't ranked as of yet. And... Let me see if I can... here we go. Yeah. So... Yeah, this is the Game Color 32-in-1. Yeah, unfortunately you can't really see it because my camera's blurry. But anyway. Yeah, but there you see. Rockman 8 in the cesspit where it belongs. Okay, let's actually start this one up so you can see what's on this cartridge. I did briefly test this one off stream just to make sure it worked. And of course the stupid contacts decided not to work because it's an arsehole. They always do this, don't they? Every single time they fail. And I swear I cleaned this as well. Or maybe I forgot. Maybe I forgot to clean this one. Because I was a fool. Yep, playing Game Boy Color on your GameCube. Welcome to the future. If I can get this to work. Okay. Try to clean the gunk off this thing. Though it's always like invisible gunk. It's like, yeah, a tiny speck of dust will stop it. Okay, so there's a game on this which is being talked up in the stream chat a bunch of times, I think. And I kind of just got this one randomly. I wasn't entirely sure if this is the game that had come up, but I think it might be. So we have Holy Magic, F1 Race, Yar's Revenge, and DuckTales. So we'll just briefly show off these two. So yeah, DuckTales. So yeah, this just is DuckTales on Game Boy. Now, we'll start this one off. 99 duck. Maybe it's like a $12.99 duck. I don't know. But yeah, you cannot go wrong when duck It's Duck Eeg. So we have... Hold on, what are the Duck games? We have DuckTales, Duck Game. I'm glad to see they've brought the Steam Classic Duck game onto Game Boy. 99 Duck, Duckman, 1999 Duckman, New Duckman, Duck Duck, and Duck Boy. Yeah, I mean, you've got 8 times the ducks. I mean, you can't go wrong with this. Yeah, let's have a look at some Yours Revenge. Yeah, this is not Yours Revenge. This is a very different game. A game that's on a very similar level to Yours Revenge, but is not Yours Revenge. Yes, welcome to Revenge of the Gator. Well, that's not what we came here to play, though. No. What we came to play... Well, you don't get Yours, you get Pinball. I mean, I like Pinball, but I like Yours just a little bit more, as proven by my list. Well, we have to play Holy Magic, though. It has to be done. Also, I cannot change the colour palette in these games. It doesn't allow me to do that on this multicard. But this is a Game Boy Color game anyway, so it's not going to be a problem for this one. Yeah, good thing they didn't make that mistake. So we're going to go with the language that I can read, because that kind of makes sense. Yes, Holy Magic Century for the Game Boy Color. Now, you may have heard of a game called Holy Magic Century, and if not, you've probably heard of a game called Quest 64, which is known as that one really shitty RPG for Nintendo 64. I've never played it because, as I say, I'm not an RPG person. But yeah, it got localized in Europe under a different title, and then they also released a game on Game Boy Color. So, let's see what they did with Holy Magic Century for Game Boy Color. Let's see how they converted the Nintendo 64 RPG non-classic onto Game Boy. Yeah, very RPG-like. Yeah, guess what? It's actually just Mr. Do. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'm down with Mr. Do. So yes, Brian's Adventures in... Oh. Okay, I was pressing the button to try to shoot the weapon and it didn't work. Oh. Was that how you beat the... Okay, so you just defeat the enemy. So you don't collect all the... whatever they were. Cool. Okay, so you don't collect the gems. Or cherries, as they were in Mr. Do. You know, it is kind of interesting to cover this one, since I actually did play a Game Boy version of Mr. Do on one of the previous streams. So I guess the real question is this going to be better than that game? Oh, here we go. Ugh! No! Why do the enemies outrun me? Oh, actually I think I stunned it that time. That helps. Okay. Yeah, it feels pretty slow. I don't know. I think the logic behind this game was just, you know what, Mr. Do is a classic game, so we're just... like, people didn't like the Nintendo 64 game, so we're just gonna make our own thing. In fact, I think they kind of did that with Daikatana, didn't they? Where the Game Boy Color version was completely different. Okay, how you outrun the enemies, I don't know. I guess they turn really slow? Yeah, okay, I see. So that's the... Oh. So that's the secret. Turns out they can also just dig through the ground anyway, so... It doesn't really help. And also, sometimes they just randomly turn fast anyway. So I don't know what's going on with that. Yeah, like, Daikatana on Game Boy was completely different to the other games. Yeah, there's something weird going on with this. I just wonder why this was the direction they took with it, though. It's intriguing. Okay, so I'll collect the gems. Also, I don't know how the attack works in this. Like, in Mr. Do, you know, you had the thing, like the projectile that you threw at the enemies. And you could do it sparingly, I think, and it kind of worked. Doesn't seem to have the same effect in this, though. Okay, I got an idea. Oh. Nope, the enemy turned around, but I still got them! I'll take that. I'll take that as a win. Okay. So sometimes they turn really slow and sometimes they don't. I don't really get that. Oh wait, what? Wait, what's this? Okay, I don't remember this bit. There's a boss fight? How does this work? Yeah, Daikatana is kind of infamously bad. That's my memory of it. Now, I did play it on PC a bit, and yeah, my take on it is that it was shite, and I didn't want to play it. So, like, what do you do in the boss fight? Like, has anyone played the boss fight in this? Because I don't know how that works. I don't even know how the weapon works, let alone the boss. Like, I mean, Mr. Do on Game Boy was a bit weird too. Okay, this is a beat level 1, just do that. Stage 2. Let's go for it. Okay, let's see if I can get the pattern going for this one. So yeah, like, I think the level designs are kind of different. Also, like, I do note that the, I'm not sure if you noticed it, but like the font on the high score table is the exact same one that was in Mr. Do. So I wonder if this is maybe the same, or like some of the same staff who worked on that game. Seems possible. There we go. There was some points. Yeah, so it was by Imagineer. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Imagineer did make this. I think they also made, you know, Quest 64, like the original game that this is in relation to. So, yeah, like this had to have been like a planned Mr. Do port that they just decided to reskin. Because I refuse to believe that this was supposed to be a Quest game to begin with. Yeah, this is Holy Magic Century. Yeah, aka Quest Fantasy Challenge. So again, it's a spin-off of Quest 64. So I never played Quest 64, so I don't know if that game's any good. Like, being like a non-fan of the genre, I don't think I'd really get much out of it personally. Okay. Yeah, this is a licensed game. Even though, again, it doesn't necessarily look... It looks like a fake game. Like someone said, yeah, we're going to take Quest 64 and turn it into Mr. Do. But I do assure you this is an actual video game that exists. There we go. So I can also do that. So like, how does the weapon work in this? Because I've got the, you know, the scepter or whatever it's supposed to be. So I don't understand how this bit works. So, like, obviously it's a boss fight, but I don't know what you're actually supposed to do. Yeah, I suppose more... this is more Mr. Don't, in this case. Do I just, like, walk into the boss and don't take damage? Well, no, because I just die instantly if it does that. So I can shoot a projectile, but, like... I have to be directly in the path of the boss fight, and sometimes it just doesn't do it. Okay. Oh, it takes a while to come back, I guess. Yeah, like that time it just wouldn't let me shoot anything. It's like, no, we're just not going to let you shoot this weapon anymore because we decided to be bastards and make it impossible. Hold on. Is there a guide on this game? I mean, I don't think anyone's ever written a guide for Holy Magic Century on Game Boy Color, but, you know, they did write one for that Yu Yu Hakusho game I played last time. Like an obscure Japan-only thing. No one's ever written a guide for this game. They have written reviews which do not rate it highly, which, you know. Yeah, I don't think there are any codes for this game. Yeah, I don't know. Like, is there really a whole lot more to see beyond this point? I get the feeling that most people just wouldn't play beyond that point anyway. It's like, okay, I don't know what to do at this point, so, like, I imagine the average reaction to that is that no one played it beyond that point. Like, wasn't there another Quest game on Game Boy Color, like an RPG or something? Like, how many levels even are there? I'm just having a look. Because I'm not gonna torture myself with that stupid boss fight. Yeah, so I'm just having to look at this because I wanna know like what the game actually expects you to do to win. Yeah, I feel like Mr. Do is a game that just wasn't designed to have boss fights in it. Like, it kind of predates the concept of bosses, I think, or certainly feels like it at least. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I think we're gonna move on. I think I'm happy to move on from that. So where does it go on this list? I mean, it goes above Rockman 8. I think we can all agree on that. But is it better than the weird Game Boy port of Mr. Do? I mean, it is in colour. It's got colour on its side. And it does kind of feel like Mr. Do to some extent. Yeah, it's like the levels are all changed up and it feels kind of weird. It reminds me of the Dexter's Lab game on Game Boy, where it was like a reskinned version of an elevator action game. Or the Yogi Bear game that was actually Pop and Pop in disguise. It's got that feel to it. It's like, we're just going to take this other game and then just reskin it into something unrelated. But no, like, Mr. Do was weird. It didn't feel that much like the other versions. It had its own set of issues, but it was better than this. I would much rather play the Game Boy port of Mr. Do. You know, as much as, I don't know, in certain ways this may feel a bit more like the actual Mr. Do, but like the soundtrack's not very good. The boss fights are just unnecessary. Yeah, like the spirit is missing. Like the spirit of Mr. Do just doesn't, it's not felt in this. Like I can just play Mr. Do for a few minutes and be like, yeah, this is great, and then I play this game and I'm just like, no. So it goes below that. It's worse than Space Invaders. As limited in features as that port might have been, because it's the Japanese one. As limited in features as that might have been, it was a lot better than this. It's worse than Sonic 6. It's worse than Pocket Monster Go Go Go. It's worse than Max, aka Rubble Saver 2. It's definitely worse than Alleyway. It's worse than Kung Fu Master. It's worse than Ishido The Way of Stones. It's definitely worse than Flipple and Exciting Cube Game. Is it worse than Head On, though? Because, like, Mr. Do was at least a good game to base your game on. Like, Head On just wasn't a good game in the first place. It was one that maybe was okay in 1979, but doesn't hold up now. Mr. Do, you can absolutely play Mr. Do nowadays, and it's still great. But Head On was, I would say, at least a little bit of an improvement over the original, and this is definitely a downgrade from Mr. Do. So it's worse than that. It's worse than that weird version of Paperboy. It's worse than Wizards and Warriors Chapter 10. But it's better than it's better than Dead Heat Scramble. I'd rather play it than that. Yeah, it's less original, but I think it's just a little bit more playable. I would take this over Dead Heat Scramble. So congratulations to our new number 108, a top 200 game, Holy Magic Century, aka Mr. Don't, as I'm probably going to call it from now on. Because I feel like that's a more appropriate name. Yeah, I'd say that's the best description. A good version of a bad game is better than a bad version of a good game. In most cases, I think. Well, actually, it's not even that Head-On is bad. It's that it's too archaic for its own good. That's the problem with Head-On. Whereas this game just isn't that good. It's like, you may as well just play the Game Boy version of Mr. Do. You'd be better off. But now we have to cover F1 Racing. Yeah, I was actually insulting this game earlier this week. Like, this is a game that has stuck in my mind for quite a while. Because, for me, it's always been the go-to example of a bad racing game on a handheld system. But let's see if my opinion will stick. Because it has been a while since I've played it. Oh, I think this game does have its own colour palette. And I guess it does apply it to this. Yes, F1 Race for Game Boy, which I think was the first racing game on Game Boy. So you got time trials and multi-game, which I assume is just multiplayer with link cable. So yeah, this is what the game looks like. It looks, well, pretty standard, really. But God, like, okay, you look at how choppy this looks first off. Like, I haven't even started playing yet. It just looks wrong. Like, what is going on with the background? Like, it's like I'm playing, like, the Mega Drive version, like, the piece of shit Mega Drive version of, what was it? Turbo Outrun? Which was done by Teartex, which is why that game sucked. It reminds me of that, and that's a bad sign. But okay, we'll give this a go. So we've got 2 laps in Australia. So we've got Type A and Type B. I don't remember which one is meant to be the good one. So this one is a lower, you know, maximum speed limit, but I think this one has better acceleration. I don't remember. Let's just go for Type A, just in case Type B ends up just being uncontrollable. Actually, no. Did it apply custom color palette? I can't actually tell. Okay, well, let's just give this a go anyway. Okay, so you may have played F1 Race on Famicom, and this definitely looks kind of similar to that. You know what's really funny? So on the multi-cart that I'm playing this on, this is actually, like, featured. Like, this game and DuckTales are, like, the featured presentation, in a sense. But, oh god, like... Okay, as someone who's played a lot of F1 Race on Famicom, this game feels wrong. Like, it just straight up feels incorrect, like, the way it was constructed. Like, the steering... Like, okay, like, you look at the steering on this, like, I'm not even going at max speed. Like, I'm not even... Okay, even when I'm using turbo, I can barely make the turn. And it's like, okay, why is the steering on this car so bad? Like, it's a Formula 1 car. It's supposed to have, like, really good steering, and it doesn't. Like, I mean, you compare this to, like, V-Rally that I was playing recently. And, like, oh, like, the handling on this is fucking garbage. Like, I could barely even make a turn in this. Like, why does the handling work like this? Or indeed not work. Let's say. Okay. But yeah, like, I'm holding... I'm jabbing my thumb down on right, and it's just not doing it. So there we go. So I finished in 3rd place. Also, yeah, you look at the frame rate as well. So I'm literally on the podium, and the game is telling me to go fuck myself. That's the kind of game that we're dealing with here. Can I just go back to Megaman IV? I was having a lot more fun with that. I mean, you know what, like, I would sooner, like, just try to play through Brightman's stage in Megaman IV before I ever touch this game again. I mean, I'll give the game one thing. The music's pretty good. I will say that. You know, I like the soundtrack. But, like, even when I slow down, I barely make the turn. It's like, why is this car so shit? It's like I'm playing... I don't know. It's like I'm playing something that was coded on a ZX Spectrum in a weekend. That's what it feels like. Or better yet, it feels like I'm playing like a Phoenix game. It's like the level of steering we've got. Actually, no, I've played Phoenix games that had better controls than this. No, bring me V-Rally. Like, you want to know why V-Rally was so highly rated on the list? When this is the alternative? Yeah, like, you may as well just throw this game in the bin. So, God, this is, like, on the level of, what is it? There was actually a game on the Supervision that's very similar to this. I think it was called Grand Prix. And I would say that that game is maybe on par with this. And that's a Supervision game. Yeah. And it's like, the fucking idiot that coded this game was like, oh no, you have to win the race to play beyond the first level. Okay, like... I mean, F1 Race on the Famicom is crazy hard later on. But, like, the game doesn't, like, start off and immediately be, like, near impossible. Like, it does give you a chance early on. Like, it gives you a chance to get used to its mechanics. And this game does not. It just immediately throws you into the fire. And it's like... Like, it's near impossible to do anything in this game. Because, like, the turning is really shit. The other cars are way too fast. And because the turning is so bad, I'm constantly crashing into billboards. This is like pole position as reimagined by, like, Raid. If you asked Raid to recreate pole position, you'd probably end up with something like this. And he doesn't even make video games, which is exactly my point. So... I can only think of one other game where you had to win races to qualify, which was Porsche Challenge, but Porsche Challenge was more forgiving than this is. Like, for one thing, you could actually change the difficulty. Ugh. But, like... No. Yeah, it's kind of funny, like, the actual music is okay, but, like, the sound effects... Ugh. No, they're not good. It's a very just unpleasant game from start to finish, really. But, you know, I'll give this game one more go. Like, maybe the secret is to pick Car B. Maybe Car A is just useless. I don't know. So, yeah, we accidentally programmed a car in this that just makes it impossible to win the race with. But it's incredible. Because, like I said, like, F1 Race is a really good game on the Famicom. Famicom F1 Race is a classic. And this game spits in the face of it. Like, this game is an insult to F1 Race on the Famicom. You know, it is an insult to the people who programmed that game. Who did the soundtrack, whatever little soundtrack was in that game, and the graphics. You know, I feel that whoever programmed this game should apologize to the creators of the Famicom version for sullying the good name of F1 Race. So look at this, like even when I'm going, like, full throttle, like, the cars are still... Yeah, it's like, you could like, you could barely even get them to appear on screen. But, like, even just the road effects are bad. Like, you see how choppy it is. Again, like, the background moves like a tier text game, like, literally. And... yeah, it's like... no. It's just like the road is so jerky. It's literally like playing, I don't know, pole position on Atari 2600 or a Tiger LCD game. It's like I beat that level, and even then, I still hate this game. Yeah, so here's Toad wishing he was anywhere else. Yeah. I mean, I think that if you were to play this normally on, like, an actual cartridge, it would probably have better colours, at least. I mean, the backgrounds don't look too bad, to be fair. I will give the game that. There are redeeming qualities to it. But, no, this playing this is bringing back all sorts of bad memories. Because I do remember buying this game on the strength of playing the Famicom game. And then, like, I sat down, tried to get into it, and I'm like, okay, this is the worst game I've ever played in my life. I mean, granted, you know, I have played Rockman 8 today, so maybe that's a bit... maybe that's going a bit far. I'm a very reactionary person, and that's just what the sort of thing I do. But, yeah, like, you know, you could do smooth scrolling on Game Boy. Again, that was proven by, what was it, F1... no, what was it, V-Rally. But yeah, this is a game that was like a good 5 years plus behind the times. And like even just, and it's not even just the road effects. Like the background scrolling is bad too. It's like why does it scroll like that? It's like no, you do not scroll a background like this. And like it's like you crash once and then you've already lost. It's like they should just give you the option to reset the race, and they don't even do that. They don't even have the decency to let you restart the race. Which, okay, to be fair, that was a common problem back then, but... yeah, there's a reason why that kind of just became a default option in most later games. It's because no one feels like sitting here for like half an hour trying to do this race. Or, you know, 3 minutes or however long. And then it's like, okay, well I've already lost, so I may as well reset the race. But the game doesn't let me. Like, I can't even run out of time. Like, there's no way to run out of time in this, I don't think. Yeah, so, like, you notice how far ahead the dude in first place is. Like, okay, well, how am I supposed to catch up to that? Okay, I crashed once in the entire race. And now I'm, like, 15 seconds behind the driver in first. It's like, who's going to have the patience to do that? I mean, anyone who does have the patience to do this game is a patient person indeed. That's all I can say to that. It's like... no. That is my review of this entire game. No. 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 I say no to this game. Okay, I am going full Wally Bear mode. I mean, I don't even know what to say to that, beyond that. This game makes me feel dejected. That's all I can say. It's like... you know, like I was playing Sonic Drift earlier this week, and I was like, you know, this game is perfectly fine. And it's games like this that really make you appreciate a game like Sonic Drift, where you're like... yeah, like... friends don't let friends play F1 Race on Game Boy. Especially not when driving, because they probably have an accident. So what do you think? Is this better than Holy Magic Century? No, it's not. Like, I would much rather play Holy Magic Century over that game. For all the faults that game might have had. Yeah, because I wanted to go back to F1 Race. I was like, okay, is this game really as bad as I remember? Yes, it is. It really is. It's like Dead Heat Scramble. It's practically fucking Forza Motorsport compared to that. Like, for whatever faults that game might have had, like, it was an original game, had some interesting ideas going on. It wasn't as brutally difficult. Yeah, I mean, that is true. Like, again, F1 Race on the Famicom is an all-time classic, I think. And, again, this game is an insult to the Famicom version. Like, there was also an F1 Race on Famicom Disk System, which, from what I remember, is also supposed to not be very good, but it was at least distinctly different. It's kind of its own thing. But yeah, no, this is a lot worse than Dead Heat Scramble. Dead Heat Scramble wasn't good, but at least it was... At least it was weird. It had that going for it. And F1 Race is just a worse version of every other racing game you've ever seen. Like, okay, this was released at around the same time that the Game Gear launched. And it launched with, you know, a pretty good version of Super Monaco Grand Prix. Like, not a great version, but, you know, it was good. You know, you could have fun with that game. It was smooth. It looked way better than this. Like, if you put F1 Race up against Super Monaco Grand Prix on Game Gear, well, that alone would explain why the Game Gear sold as many units as it did. It sold, like, 13 million, I think. It sold quite a few million, and, yeah, you compare those two games, it's easy to see why. It's like, well, I played F1 Race and it was a piece of shit, so I got a Game Gear. I think that was the reasoning. I mean, it's a lot worse than Amazing Spider-Man. It's worse than Zoids. It's worse than Castlevania The Adventure. Like, Castlevania The Adventure didn't have the painful sound effects that this game has. The graphical... It was a much better game graphically as well. It wasn't quite as brutally difficult, I think. I mean, the controls in that game also weren't good, but they worked better than this. It's worse than Go-Go Tank. It's worse than Mega Man Dr. Wily's Revenge. You know, for whatever faults that game might have had, I could at least say I beat 2 levels in that game before I gave up. And that's more than I can say for this. It's worse than Super Donkey Kong 3. Because at least Super Donkey Kong 3, you play through it in like 20 minutes and you're done. Like, it's a bastardization of Donkey Kong Country 3. But as a game in its own right, it's at least sort of playable. Like, it vaguely works as it's supposed to. Like, I would much rather play that game again rather than this one. So, yeah, it's worse than that. It's worse than Escape from Camp Deadly. Yeah, in fact, I'm pretty confident in saying this is the worst Nintendo game I've ever played. Including Yoshi's Island, including Super Mario Pinball Land, including Fire Emblem, because I just don't like RPGs, and I'm a bastard like that. Yeah, this is worse than all of those. It's worse than Trump Boy. I would much rather play Trump Boy over this. It's worse than NFL football. But it's not worse than Radical Rescue. Like, I feel like if I bang my head against the wall with this game, I could probably make some progress, and that makes it better than Radical Rescue is. Like, it's not quite... It's not, like, brutally, stupidly unfair in the way that game is. So it's better than that. But it's worse than Primitive Princess. Yeah, I'm going to put this in the bottom 4 where it belongs. I'm not counting these 2 at the bottom. But yeah. Yeah, congratulations to top 140 games F1 Race. Officially the worst Nintendo game I've ever played in my life. Actually, there's probably worse. If you were to look hard enough, but I can't think of any. Yeah. Well done, Nintendo, for making the worst game I've played on the stream that I'm willing to qualify as a game. Okay, you know, I need a good game after that. So, I'm going to see what other cartridges I've got here. Have I done all these ones already? Because I've done quite a few of these, and yeah, I think I've covered all these ones. Apologies for the noises. Yeah, so I've done the Super Hits 2002 cartridge. That's the one that has V-Rally on it. I kind of wish I was just playing that. Yeah, let's give... What's a good one to cover? Okay, we're going to do 55 in 1... What does this say? No repeat. I'll be the judge of that. Actually, I don't think this one has repeats, so I think that is actually correct for once. But yeah, let's do this one. Play 55 games. I mean, at least some of them have to be better than what I've just played. They have to be. There's no way they can all be worse. The Ace Lightning GBA game. I know very little about Ace Lightning, but, you know, who needs Ace Lightning when you have David Beckham SO? Or Pocket Music. So let's see. So what haven't we actually done yet? We haven't done Harry Potter, David Beckham, or Pocket Music. I have done Felix the Cat, but I haven't done Jungle Book or Spider-Man 2. So is this the one I did before, Tasmania 2? I hope so. Because I have... Yeah, because I covered Tasmania 2 and it was god-awful. Like, it was somehow even worse than F1 Race, which is impressive. Yeah, so this is the game that I covered before. We're not doing this one again. Once was too many. David Beckham So! Yeah, actually I was in a bookshop earlier today and I think they had a book about, like, the Beckhams. So what else is on this cartridge? Yeah, so I think the rest of them are all just kind of filler games. So there's not really a whole lot to go through, but... I don't know if I can cover Harry Potter today. I might have to come back to this one. Let's see, because I think this one's like an RPG or something like that. So I think this is I think this is the Philosopher's Stone game. Assuming it even works. Okay, let's... Okay, does David Beckham Soccer work? I guess I'll have to try that. Yeah, it turns out that Harry Potter has been cancelled, and he is no longer... he is not allowed on the stream, I guess. As decreed by this multicard. Okay, let's play some David Beckham Soccer by... Wait, who? 4040? Was that the name? I couldn't even tell. Well, whatever. Yeah, so I guess Harry Potter doesn't work. I assume it's Philosopher's Stone, because that was the first one. Well, let's play this in English. David Beckham Soccer. So, this was on the... I mean, for what it's worth, I do respect J.K. Rowling about as much as that F1 race game I was just playing, so... Yeah, I think I'm fine with skipping that one. Oh, we can train with Beckham. You want to know about the David Beckham story? Oh, here we go. Introduction. David Beckham is a superstar of modern soccer, playing for the biggest and most successful club in the world in 2001. Don't say that to any Manchester City fans out there. We're playing for England, England. I do like the mention of, yeah, he married Posh Spice as well. Always in the news. Especially with all them crazy haircuts they had back in the day. Like, yeah, we're going to make a Game Boy game and just include David Beckham's whole bio. Yeah, but this, of course, is his record circa 2001. It's like, who did they get to write this? I don't know. Actually, I want to see the Q&A. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to play in the World Cup final against anyone. I mean, that's every England player that's ever existed, I'm sure. It's like, I just want to get to a World Cup final, because England is never going to do that again. Oh yeah, that's right, he did advertise for AliExpress. I forgot about that. It's like, David Beckham, he needs the AliExpress money. He needs to get the advertising for all those weird handheld systems that run NES games on them. But hey, he does like to commit past the thoughts and past the deeds. But yeah, shout out to Eric. To be fair, Eric Cantona was pretty awesome. You know, he could. You know, I remember that time when he kung fu kicked a Nazi. But okay, what else is going on here? Yeah, shout out to yo boy Brian Robson. Oh yeah, that's right. The the Go-Go Beckham game. Yeah, I do have a few Game Boy Advance Wars carts, but they don't tend to work very well. I don't know what it is, but for some reason they just tend to be faulty. And I'm not really sure how you would compare GBA games to like monochrome games anyway. I feel like that's a stretch too far. Yeah, I'd love to win the World Cup with England. Unfortunately, I'm stuck playing for England, so that's never going to happen. But, See, I kind of feel bad for him now. He's like, he never got to live out his dreams. Because he was born English. I mean, I was also born English, so I know the feeling. Oh, here we go. Wait, pale or... Oh, Pele. For a second I thought they were talking about beers. It's like, oh yeah, pale ale or... Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, of course, your boy Pele. The Beckham generation. Yeah. So, who are all these players up to nowadays? Because, yeah, you got to have Beckham in there. Though you can probably leave out Giggs. You know, I'd be entirely happy to leave him out of my squad and just swap him in for like Honfu. Probably be a bit more effective. But okay, let's go into the actual game. So you know, this game is already getting points for having a whole biography on David Beckham. Like they did that for this game. So you can turn the fouls off. Throw-ins. Okay. Okay, let's just go into a friendly. So I did play a demo of this game on PlayStation, and I remember it being like near impossible. Like the AI just like owns your arse immediately. So, okay, so they obviously didn't get the license for any of these teams. So you end up with like Aston as opposed to Aston Villa. And you got like Highbury, aka Arsenal. So who like? Okay, so I guess it's Manchester Blues and Manchester Reds. Okay, that's it. Fine, we're gonna go for... Let's see. Yeah, let's go for... Who have we got? Yeah, let's go for Ipswich. And what Scottish clubs do they have in this? Yeah, let's go for Ipswich versus... versus Dunfermline. Sounds like a classic for the ages. Wait, did they not get the license for the players? So they can mention the players in the biography bit, but not in the actual game. So they just spelled all the names wrong, I think. Oh no, did they? It's hard to tell. So, like, I assume this is meant to be right, but they've written it as white. Like Isle of Wight? I don't know. Bean. Wait, Mr. Bean is on my team? Okay, we're going to go for the classic 4-4-2. Yes, Ipswich. So how do you pronounce Dulwich? Is it Dulwich or Dulwich? I don't know. I'm not from London, so I never bothered to check. So, okay, I assume I'm the team in blue. Ooh. Yep, immediate foul. Great. So, is it free kick, I assume? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this does have kind of a kick-off feel to it a little bit. Okay, so... Okay, apparently both buttons are slide tackle. How do I pass? Is it the A button? But you know what? So far, I'm actually able to hold the ball for a few seconds, which is more than I could say for the PlayStation 1 version. Oh! Goal! Okay. Well, we're on the front foot at least. Also, I like the fact that it's in colour, so it's easier to tell apart the different teams. It's not like the other Game Boy games I played, where they kind of just all look the same, I think. Though I feel like I found a way to psych out the AI. I love the fact that for the goal it just writes out GOAL in the heads-up display. Yeah, so A is pass and B is shoot, I think, or no, maybe it's like small kick or big kick. I don't know. Yeah, it turns out the AI goalie kind of sucks, considering that I could just run right past him every time and get a goal that way. And I don't think there's even a difficulty selection. Is that I didn't see one. I mean, I could train with Beckham, but I think I'm already on his level. It's kind of funny, because I was struggling a lot more with, what was it, Goal, that I played recently, the monochrome game, which apparently was a J-League game in Japan, but they took the license out for the other versions. Or actually, no, I think it was a case where it was originally Goal, but then they added the license for the Japanese one. I think that one came later, I think. Okay, I'm amazed. I would have laughed so hard if the goalie just, like, rolled right past him. That would have been amazing. I don't know if the teams have different stats or what. But, like, Ipswich... Well, I want to say they were okay in 2001. I don't know. I mean, I can't play as, like, you know... it won't let me play as, like, Grimsby or anyone like that. Yeah, so it turns out the AI just kind of sucks. And as I say, there doesn't seem to be any kind of... Yeah, any kind of, difficulty option. So I guess the game is just kind of easy. But you know what? This is still infinitely better than the other game. It doesn't make me want to pull my hair out. So it's already better than F1 Race, just on that metric. But, yeah, something tells me I might win this. Hey, I found a football game I'm good at. And it's kind of funny, too, because, again... what was it? Like, as I say, like, the PlayStation version of this, I remember being, like, super hard. And even, like, people who are more into football games than I am, even they couldn't do it. Like, they just couldn't get anywhere in the game. And, they just found it to be kind of, yeah, pretty much unplayable. Like, because apparently the game was rushed. They basically, because there was that whole, like, famous free kick that David Beckham did that got England to the World Cup one year. And I think they tried to rush the game out to capitalise on that moment. They were like, we need this game out now. So they kind of rushed it out without properly testing it, I think. And because of that, it ended up just being a barely playable mess. And the other versions came out later. So I think the other versions came out around the time of the World Cup, which was, you know, a little bit later on. And those versions were better, I think, or they were certainly more playable, at least. There was a PS2 version. I don't know if it's good, but I think at the very least it played better than the PS1 game. But, yeah. Like I say, I know the PS1 game is kind of held in low regard, let's say. Probably still better than F1 Race, but... what can you say? Okay. Croson. It's a great name. I'm guessing it's not a real name, but, you know, if I was called Croson at birth, I'd be satisfied with that. What is the weird impossible ball IO? Like, was that like a game with David Beckham in it? Like, I don't even know. I do know that there was like a bootleg football game with David Beckham in it, which I think was done by Hummer Team, and he's just in the game. They don't like name him as David Beckham, but like it's obviously him. It's like him and like Ronaldo, I think. and a few others who are just in the game. EA Sports style. You know, I do actually have one of the FIFA games on a multi-cart. So we will eventually see how that compares to this. Out you crow, son. Okay. Yeah. I do kind of want to see what the Train with Beckham mode is about. But yeah, it seems like as long as you're moving diagonally, the AI rarely gets the ball off you. It's kind of easy to cheese in that sense. It's a bit like Pele Soccer on Atari, which is not a good thing. When you're reminding me of like cheesability with that game, yeah, it's kind of an issue. Yeah. Oh, occasionally the AI will get slide tackle in, but yeah. But I don't know. You could probably get a bit out of this playing it 2-player. I don't know. Unfortunately, my team's passing isn't great either. But, you know, we're 4-0 up. I think we can afford to miss a few passes at this point. Yeah, the mission, that was it. I don't think David Beckham was in the game, though. It was like Edgar Davids and Pep Guardiola and a few others. It was basically like whatever footballers were in the ad campaign for the mission. Because it was literally the official game based on the Nike TV advert. But yeah, and that's it. You don't even get like a screen afterwards saying that you won. It's just, no, that's it. So, Train with Beckham. Okay, so what is this? Okay, how to take a free kick. Okay, so is this it? Free kick from this player to this player. Okay. I mean, I suppose this can be useful for like penalty kicks or whatever, because those often work differently to the rest of the game. Nice one. Yes. Free kick from this player to this player. So this was right around the time when Rage Software kind of went out of business. It's kind of funny, like, they made this game, like, apparently David Beckham Soccer, like, this game being a flop was kind of what killed the studio, I think. And they made Rolling, and then they went bust as they were making Rolling, so someone else had to come in and finish it. And I'm glad that game got released. That game's actually pretty good. But, oh. Okay, this is how it works? Okay, I'm holding... Okay, I guess I'm having to wait for the... I have to wait for the explanation to finish. Oh. Yes, I got the penalty. I scored all the goals. Oh, here we go. Well, I mean, at least it kind of makes sense a little bit. Ha! I am the best. Take that, Mr. Turquoise Keeper. David Beckham is a demanding man. But you know what? Given the record that England have had with penalties over the years, I think I kind of get it. Okay, and that's it. Okay, so this is all the training mode is. But yeah, I don't think there is a... Yeah, there's no difficulty option in this. I could turn the fouls and the throw-ins off, but I don't think that really affects a whole lot. So, like, competition mode? I assume this is just, yeah, it's like a tournament. Yeah, here we go. All your favourite teams like Belarus, Canada. Is San Marino in this? I want to play as them. Where is San Marino? No, not in here. It's bullshit. Yeah, I can play as the USA, but I can't play as San Marino. Fine, you know what? We're going to go as the legendary, the interminable, let's see, the Pharaohs. I mean, I was fighting... You know, we were in Pharaoh Man stage earlier. Albania versus Pharaohs. Yeah, it turns out Argentina, not very good. They're not good at football. But here we go. Yeah, we've got Mikkel Akterson. Aterson? I can't even read the font. Jetterson, that's a great name. Or was possibly Yetterson. Okay, let's see if this works any differently. So I'm going to deliberately just pick Faroe Islands or whatever, because I'm like, well, surely... Oh, okay, I'm the white team. Yeah, I don't think the teams have different stats or anything. They seems to be the same. Because it's not like the other team are faster or anything. Yeah, seems to kind of play the same, really. I don't know. Maybe maybe the AI varies based on who you're playing against. Not sure. There's not a whole lot of sound in the game either. It's just kind of... Yep, this is the sound. Who want to mess around and test the sound? Anyway, yeah. So I think that's about it. David Beckham Soccer, where does it go on the list? Well, it definitely goes higher than F1 Race. I think I can say that pretty definitively. So I just note... Oh, actually, no, that looks fine. Yeah, it's better than F1 Race. It's better than Super Donkey Kong 3. It's better than Megaman 3. It's better than Castlevania The Adventure. Is it? Yeah, I think if you were to play this with a second player, it's probably a little bit better than that. You know what? It has the David Beckham biography. This is both a game and an ebook all in one. You know, if you want to read up on the state of David Beckham's life up to 2001, you can play this game and get that. So, I give it points for being a 2-in-1. But the game itself is kind of too easy. It's a little bit too basic, considering that... I mean, this was 2002, I think, this game came out. I don't know. But it's better than Castlevania The Adventure. It's better than Xenon 2 Mecha Blast. I'm not sure if it's better than Penguin Land, though. Penguin Land definitely had better sound. But it wasn't a good version of Penguin Land, really. But I think I would play it over this. But it is better than Amazing Spider-Man. So, yeah, congratulations to our new 111. #1 3 times at once. David Beckham Soccer. By Rage Software. Well, let's see what else we've got on this cartridge. So, the next game on the list is not actually a game at all, but we'll take a look at it anyway. Pocket Music! Oh, yes. Now, music on PlayStation was great. You know, it was... Oh. Well, I'm playing it on the Game Boy player, but apparently that's not good enough for this game. I think there's some coding error with the menu, maybe, where it causes it to think that it's being played on a monochrome Game Boy. I don't know. Or, you know what? Maybe this game doesn't work on the Game Boy player for whatever reason. I don't actually know. Does anyone know? Because my assumption is that any Game Boy Color game works on Game Boy player. Because I don't see why there would be any technical reason otherwise. Unless it had, like a motion sensor thing that you had to, like, tilt the Game Boy to play with it. Other than that, you can pretty much play anything you want, I think. But apparently we're not going to play Pocket Music because it doesn't work. So instead, we're going to play... I was like 2 of these games don't even work. Great. Okay, let's do the Jungle Book then. Okay. The Jungle Book kid is strong and tough, but only the best is good enough. Anyway. Yes, from Disney and Eurocom. Oh yes, we're going back to Europe for this one. The Jungle Book for the Game Boy Color. Ooh. Oh, the music though. You know, I actually did have Jungle Book on Game Gear as a kid. Whether that one's any good or not, I don't know. But let's see what we've got with this one. Oh, this looks just like the NES game, actually. I played the NES game a little bit. So, I don't really get this game. So, okay, so you play as Mowgli. And, like, for some reason, like, the Animal Kingdom wants him dead. I don't know why. I don't remember it being like that in the film. I'm just saying. Also, the jumping in this is kind of weird, where if you stand still and jump, you go really high up in the air. Yeah. I'm going to try to do this. I mean, you can also swing on the vines, which you kind of want from a Jungle Book game, really, to be fair. Oh, yeah. You cannot go wrong with... oh, what was his name? Dude that did the Ferrari Grand Prix Challenge soundtrack. It was him. But yeah, like, why are all the animals trying to kill Mowgli? Like, that's not how it worked in the story. It's not how it worked in the film. It's been a while since I've seen the film, but I remember that much. But yeah, it's like, why are the monkeys trying to kill me? Like, when they trying to, like, raise me? You know, along with Baloo. And, yeah. Like I say, it's been a while since I've seen the film. But, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Neil Baldwin, that was his name. I forgot. I apologise to Neil Baldwin for forgetting his name. Yeah, I mean, the soundtrack is quite good. But, you know, it's got that European flavour to it that I like. There are checkpoints in this. If I see a checkpoint anyway, I'll point it out. You know, there was also a Tarzan game on Game Boy Color. I don't remember if I have that one, though. I don't think I do. Okay, so what you're actually supposed to do in this game is you have to find gems. I don't know what they have to do with anything. It's like they took their inspiration from Lion and the King. It's like, oh yeah, it turns out, yeah, you're actually secretly the king from that game. The diamonds, my god! But no one knows what I'm talking about there. Oh. Okay, well at least I can just do this. Tell this monkey to sod off. Oh. Oh yeah, I'll believe that when hell freezes over several times. Or when England wins a World Cup. But yeah, so like I said, you have to get like diamonds, and I don't know what they have to do with anything. I don't know. It's in fact like the gameplay is it's pretty similar to like Global Gladiators or Cool Spot. Like it's got a lot in common with those, which kind of makes sense because like Virgin published it and they also published those games. So I guess at least some of the same people designed this game. It had to have been. Also, why is this monkey suddenly invincible? This doesn't make any sense. Oh, now it's not invincible. Also, they do not give you a lot of time either. Like, look at this. I know I'm not playing particularly fast, but I don't know. It just seems necessary to have a time limit in any case. But yeah, like I say, the NES version is quite similar to this one, I think. So I think there's a time extension up here. Yeah, a whole extra minute. Probably gonna need more than that at this rate. But yeah, like I say, it's got a lot of similarities with okay. Yeah, a lot of similarities to, as I say, Global Gladiators and that sort of thing. And I like Global Gladiators. I couldn't get into this one though. Like I say, I've played this one on the NES a little bit, and it didn't really do much for me. I was like, how am I supposed to get up here? Like, look at that. Why do I always think you're lying? Well, probably because you're always lying. It's a pretty good reason. Okay, where am I supposed to go? Do I have to go left? Also, yeah, like, you look at the camera and it's like, if you're running to the left, you can't even see where you're going properly. Like, look at this, and I don't know, like, the way you move in this, it's like some weird halfway point between, like, a standard, like, mascot platformer and, I don't know, like, Prince of Persia or something like that. It tries to do both, and it does neither well. Like, it doesn't really work in either sense. Like, the controls are just weird and kind of bad. And, like, the fact that the camera always has you on the left just kind of makes it really awkward. Like, if you have to make a jump where you go to the left, it just makes it a lot more difficult than necessary. Like, I understand there may be some, like, what is it, a situation where it's like, okay, you try to move, I don't know. It's like, you try to move the thing, and it's constant. Okay, so I guess if you sit there for a while, eventually it works, but I don't know. It just feels kind of unnecessary. And like I say, the controls in this just don't really work the way I'd want them to for a platformer like this. Again, it's got like a Prince of Persia feel to it, in a way that I don't think quite works. It's like that. Like, I guarantee I would have missed that jump. It's like I have to do this specific kind of jump, otherwise I just don't make it. And then here I have to do this jump, and even then I barely make it. At least they got plenty of health refills. I think those were more stingy on the NES version. Okay, so I got the time extension, I got the gem. So I think I have to move here and then immediately move to the right. Otherwise, I just fall into a pit and die. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this bit. I swear on the NES version there's like some ledges on the right end. But they seem to have taken that out for this one. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. So here's the problem with this game. And I think the reason why I didn't like it is the fact that, so you have to collect all the diamonds to beat the level. Like, people often complain, like Euro platformers, it's like you have to collect a bunch of arbitrary items to beat the level. This is definitely one of the worst examples I've seen of it, because the levels are so sprawling, and, you know, it's like, it's so easy to miss them, and, like, some of them you get from defeating enemies, but not all of them. Like, most of the enemies just turn into, like, various miscellaneous power-ups. But, like, some of them turn into gems. So you have to kill all the enemies, just in case one of them does that. And like I say, I mean, this first level is a perfect example of why this doesn't really work. Because, again, the level's too big to accommodate this style of gameplay. If it was something like, okay, there are 10 diamonds and you have to collect, like, 5 of them, that might have been okay. But the fact that you have to collect all of them just doesn't work. No, like I say, it was no better on the NES version. Like, I didn't like it in that game either. I did eventually beat level 1, but yeah, I certainly wasn't having any fun with it. But, like, you see how bad the hit detection is too. Like, most of my projectiles just pass right through the enemies. I don't know, like, I remember the Game Gear version being a lot better. Like, I think I was actually able to beat a level or two in that one as a kid. Which tells me that this version is just a lot harder for no reason. And I think it is a different game. And, like, a game like this where you're having to look for stuff, it just... You shouldn't need a time limit for a game like this. But yeah, like, as I say, the platforming just feels bad. Just the way the controls just... They kind of work against you a lot of the time. And... But you know what, like, I probably could have forgiven everything else. If you didn't have the stupid, you have to collect a bunch of gems that have nothing to do with the film mechanic. Or even if it was at least like, related to the film in a way that makes sense. Which, again, it's been a while since I've seen the film. I'm pretty sure there is nothing related to that in Jungle Book. And there were other games based on it around this time. Even though the film was from the 60s, they did make a whole bunch of games based on it in the 90s. I think Disney was doing like a whole marketing push with Jungle Book back then. It's like, I think like they re-released the film on VHS, which is probably the reason why. And it's a classic film, from what I remember, but yeah, this is not a great representation of it. Ugh, okay. So we actually beat level 1 somehow. Hmm. Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, I've seen reviews back in the day where it's like, oh yeah, I got used to the game and this game is good, and then I got used to how the game played and it wasn't as good anymore. I've literally seen people say that kind of thing in like contemporary reviews back in the day, at least on like Bad Influence, where it was like kids reviewing it and they didn't really know how game criticism works. I mean, to be fair, neither do I. Oh, I think they give you more time in this one for this. Interesting. Yes, this is just the bonus area. Okay. I mean, graphically it looks fine for Game Boy. It's basically the NES game, but in monochrome. And, you know, it looks fine, considering. Though I think the NES version might have been based on this one. I'm not certain. But I do know it was one of the very last games to be released on the NES. It was like... Because we're literally talking 1994. Like, the NES was pretty much done by that point. Okay, there we go. The Great Tree. Oh, I remember this. Yeah. So you want to know how difficult this game is? Okay, so this level, not only do you have to get all the gems, but there's also a boss fight at the end. So I think you fight Kara at the end of the level. Also, yeah, some of the platforms fall apart. Like, it's easier to see in this version because of the way that I got the colours set. I think that really the soundtrack is the best part. I mean, this is about as European a game as you can get, almost. I mean, short of it being based on, like, Ed the Duck or something like that. That's the only way this game could have been more European than it is. Or if it was, like, you know, Hugo the TV Troll. Or Marsupilami, or whatever that thing is. I don't know. Like, there were so many games back in the day that were based on, like, some Belgian comic book that no one outside of Belgium has ever heard of. Like, that sort of thing. Okay. Wait, am I shooting out 2 bananas now? What's going on? Okay, I don't remember this from the NES version. Wait, there was a Switch game based on Marsupilami? It's one of those things that I feel like hasn't been heard from since, like, 1996. And yet, somehow, still games based on it. I don't get it. Also, why are the snakes invincible? Look at this. I keep hitting it over and over, and it just will not die. I don't know. I feel like this game would probably be alright if the diamonds were just taken out of the game completely. Because, like I say, they have no relevance to the game, and they only make the game worse. So it's, yeah, it's a bad idea. Just end of story. Also, like, you can jump on some enemies, but not other ones. I don't get that. Yeah, like, I can jump on the monkey and not take damage, but oh no, I can't jump on the snake because the snake is invincible for reasons. Like, why are the snakes invincible? I swear you could kill them on the NES version. Yeah, there was an Ed the Duck game planned. They never released it. But yeah, it was just going to be a reskin of the T-Rex game. That, you know, I mean, the Tasmania... Like, I pressed jump, I call bollocks. I pressed the jump button and the game didn't like it. It's like, oh yeah, you did the thing that we wanted you to do, but you didn't do it in the exact way we wanted you to do it, so we're just going to punish you. You know, like, okay, I press jump, and he just falls like a pillock. It's like, oh yeah, we didn't actually know to program the jump on this bit. I swear it works normally on the NES version, though. I think when they... Like I said, I think the NES version might have come out after this. And I think they might have fixed a couple of things for that one. So I don't know what you're supposed to do here. Because, yeah, like, I literally pressed the jump button, and he refuses to jump. Again, it doesn't do that on the NES version. So I don't know what's going on. And you have to go that way to beat the level. So it's not like this is optional. No, this is a compulsory part of the level. And the controls just don't make sense. Like, do I press the B button? Or do it, like... Oh, it's, like, time sensitive. Not that you could ever figure that out from looking at it. Because it hasn't been up until this point. It's like... Because up until this point, you have to go by the vine that you're on. But now, suddenly, you have to go by the animation. Oh, great. No, I lost progress. Like, look at that. I clearly made the jump. And the game was just like, no. And, like, when you have a time limit, you can't afford to have control mishaps like this. Like, the controls have to be on point. And they're not. I don't know. Like, I can see what they were trying to do to an extent, but it's just like... Yeah. But, like, okay, there was no reason... Like, okay, if you take out the time limit and the, like, the gems, this would probably be okay. But as it is, I'm going to say no. Yeah, I'm going to take a pass on this. In fact, yeah, this is making me miss, like, RoboCop and, like, games like RoboCop and Flintstones. Like, Flintstones wasn't perfect, but it was far better than this. You know, it had a lot more going for it, really. Like, there's a reason why Flintstones is a lot higher than this. It didn't have this arbitrary, collect a bunch of doodads thing. And, like, is there, like, some speed mechanic that I'm not aware of? Developer was probably on speed. The only thing that comes to mind playing this. And it's great when you can't even... You can barely even see the vine on screen. So it's like you end up missing it because you don't know it's there. It's like, oh, and now I'm going to run out of time. The time limit that shouldn't even be in the game anyway. And is only in there because of, like, rental bollocks. I guarantee it. Yeah, and guess what? Do the whole level again. I mean, it does keep track of the gems that you collected, but it's also like, no. I think I'll call it a day on that one. So what do you think? Is it better than David Beckham Soccer? I mean, it's not one of the worst games on the Game Boy. But it's like... It's wasted potential. Like, there's the potential for this game to be good, and it isn't. But it is better than Wizards and Warriors Chapter 10, I think. Like, I could persevere through this game if I was particularly bored. Wizards and Warriors Chapter 10, a lot of the deaths in that game are kind of cheap, and, you know, it's like... It's harder to make up for, like, getting hit and whatever in that game. So I think I'd rather play this than that. It's better than Soccer Mania. It might be better than Boulder Dash, like, very slightly. But it's worse than Head On. It is a worse game than Head On is. Like, I would rather play that. It's better than Paperboy. But I think I'd rather play Boulder Dash. So, congratulations to our new 103 game, The Jungle Book for Game Boy Color. Well, we've got one more game to cover on this cartridge since the other two don't work. So we may as well play this one and be done with the stream, I think. So the last game for today, Spider-Man 2. Oh yeah, here we go. Spider-Man 2 on the Game Boy Color. Yeah, here we go. Great font. It's like I'm playing an Atari 2600 game. Programmed by Bits, the makers of all your favourite Supervision games. Like, it doesn't even have the Spider-Man theme. Like, the first game had the Spider-Man theme in it, this doesn't even have that. But yeah, so I did cover Amazing Spider-Man 1 on a previous stream. So let's see how this compares to that game. Wait, what's that one? Fident turns bro. Robber. Oh, here we go. Oh no, Peter Parker's been framed! It's okay, Spider-Man. Like, you really think he's gonna get kept in jail? I don't think so. Okay, I do kind of like the comic book panel aesthetic in this. So I give it points for that. There we go. Hobgoblin's in the house. As is the Hulkster. Okay, here we go. Okay, so first thing to point out is you have to press the B button to jump. So already we're off to a great start. Now just get like health immediately. Okay, so you use the A button to use the spider web. So it's a little bit reminiscent of what is it, Spider-Man versus the Kingpin on the Mega Drive, and that is a good game. I like Spider-Man versus Kingpin, but okay, what do I do here? Okay, so I can do like this double jump like Shinobi. How do I attack when I do the double jump? Here we go, fight man with torch. Okay, and it keeps using up my spider web, but like, how am I supposed to hit him otherwise? Like, do I attack up? No, I can't. But, yep, now I've got no neb. Great. I've officially run out of neb. But yeah, I'm trying to, like, attack in midair, and it's just not doing it. But, like, how else am I supposed to hit Hobgoblin? Like, he's literally in a spot where it won't let me attack him. Because I can't do my, like, punches and kicks in midair, because the game doesn't let me. Like, when I do the double jump, it's just like, no. And it's not like Sonic, where you can attack him with the spin jump. Like, you notice I just took damage there. So, okay, what am I actually supposed to do here? Like, okay, Spider-Man 1, you literally just, like, walk right and kill it and just, like, punch enemies or whatever. Like, you know, at least got the basics right. You at least knew what you were doing in that one. This one, I'm like... Okay, like, do I just walk to the right? Because I started off like the middle of the level, I think. Oh, and that turns out that was a pit. I couldn't even tell. But yeah, so how do I get my neb back? Wait, did I get a crowbar? Is this Half-Life? What's going on? Oh yeah, I remember that classic scene where Spider-Man got a crowbar and just like whacked shit out of Hobgoblin with it. Yeah, it was my favourite scene in Spider-Man 3. Certainly a lot better than the dancing scene. Okay, what am I supposed to do? How do I get out of the hole? It's just going to turn into the Dark Knight Rises, and I'm just going to be stuck in a hole for the whole... Like, for like the whole runtime of the film. Okay, literally what am I supposed to do here? Oh, I can climb on the wall? Even though it wouldn't let me do that earlier. Oh. Okay, so if I press B sometimes it lets me climb on the wall, other times it decides it can't be bothered. This almost looks like it's going to be RoboCop. Like, who is this? And why has he got an infinite supply of gun? Yeah, well, I see crime's gotten out of control. Since Spider-Man was sent to prison for a crime he didn't commit. He's like, yeah, he just gingerly walks into a wall and then just immediately dies for no reason. Oh, and note the fact that I still have no neb, even after death. I don't gain my neb back. Yeah, I don't know about this one. It's like, how do I even use the item? Like, do I... Yeah, because there's no change to the animation when I have the item equipped. Yeah, because like it's the exact same punch animation as when I don't have it equipped. So I don't know what's going on with that. I am confused. Also, yeah, great game when you can't attack in mid-air at all. You can only attack on the ground. Love that. Also, yeah, so I think this is made by the same team that made Return of the Sinister Six, which kind of explains a lot, I think. Okay, let's go in here. Is there anything I can do in this building? Great, okay, thing just appears out of nowhere. Okay, so sometimes it lets me climb on the walls and sometimes it just decides not to. I can't really get that. So how do I get up to the next floor? Well, I don't know. Take a pass on that. So it's like, okay, my spider sense goes off here. So it's like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do? Okay, so I press select. Okay, so you just get some dude with a Tommy gun on fire. And, okay, so I just die instantly. Great. You know, I think I'm literally going to have to look up a guide on how to play this game, because, like I said, like, Spider-Man 1, it was pretty obvious what you had to do. Okay, walk right, kill a boss. And this game was like, yeah, we're gonna reinvent Spider-Man for the 90s. Okay, this isn't your granddad's Spider-Man. You know, like the Atari 2600 game. Hold on, where is Spider-Man 2 on this? I'm looking this up on GameFAQs, because I assume someone's written a guide for it. Yeah, here we go. So, Spider-Man gives migraines like a spider can. Okay, so apparently you can do a jump kick by holding the jump button. But it's like, how would you know that? Like, the controls just don't make any sense. Okay, so this is basically just a bunch of cryptic bullshit. That's what I'm getting from this guide. It's like, okay, here's a crowbar, and you have to use it to open a door, as opposed to just using it as a weapon, which is what you probably expect to do. Especially when you have no neb. Kind of stands to reason. Is it this door? Like, what am I supposed to do here? Like, I literally don't know how to use the items. Which is a great sign. Like, am I even using the crowbar right now? Is this the door I'm supposed to open? It's like, I have so many questions and this game refuses to answer them. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely the type of game you play it for like half an hour, maybe at most, and then you demand a refund. Yeah, this is like Megaman 3 in that sense. It's like, but even Megaman 3 at least kind of like you could make sense of it. It's like, oh yeah, you go from point A to point B, and you try not to die, and like kill bosses and get the weapons. Like Megaman 3 at least made sense. For all of its faults, I'm like, I at least knew how to play Mega Man 3. To a point. Like, even, like, Return of the Sinister Six by the same people, like, even that game at least made some basic sense. Like, again, it's like, okay, that game generally boils down to, you go right. Also, I'm sorry, this platform is bullshit. Like, look at this. Like, I was on the platform! And he, like, falls off it for no reason because it's a pillar. Of course your kicks don't connect or anything either. Okay, I think it's... Yeah, okay, so I have to go here. So am I supposed to go up or down? The game doesn't tell you. Yeah, I literally don't know. Like, okay, the platforming in this is awful. Where, like, if like, one pixel goes off the side of a platform, then, like, you immediately fall off it. It's kind of like the exact opposite of the Mega Man games I was playing earlier. Where those, you could have one pixel on the platform and you're fine. Okay, how do I... Oh, sorry, I climbed the walls. But yeah, it's literally... Like, Mega Man, at least... Again, like, even the bad ones at least kind of made sense. Like, you knew what to do in those games. It didn't do it very well. But like that, like, okay, one pixel of my foot went off the platform and I immediately fell off. It seems slightly less strict on these windowsills, but like everything else, like one pixel goes off the side and you're falling off. Yeah, great enemy placement too. So I've got like the spider webbing or whatever. So am I supposed to go in here maybe? So it's like, okay, I get the webbing back. And then I assume that means that lets me go up to this area. If it decides to work, now it just refuses to connect to anything, even though I'm obviously using the web. Like that, it just like bounced off nothing. It's like, okay, I used the web. See, look at that, it just like bounces off the thing and he just falls off like an idiot. So it's like, okay, how am I supposed to go up there? It's like, okay, I'm going to look up the guide on this. Yeah, so it's basically, you have to get a bunch of items from, like, various buildings. Like, am I supposed to go up here, maybe? I don't know. Okay, so I can climb on this wall. Yeah, and then you just got this electric wall that just kills you. Yeah, so I can't go up there. I mean, I can climb the side of the wall and do it that way, but... I seem to recall... I don't have Amazing Spider-Man 3 on Game Boy, but I do remember that game having some really stupid objectives. Also, yeah, great spawn point too. Just spawn you to the right, so you have to do a double jump to go left. And if you miss the double jump, you go back down the hole. Okay, I don't know what this thing is, but I'll grab it. So I got 2 Like, it just looks like a weight with a 2 on it. Like, I have no idea what that means. Yeah, I'm gonna slide down the stairs like Spider-Man is famous for doing. His famous slide down the stairs move. Yeah, I remember that scene from Amazing Spider-Man 2, the film that no one actually liked. I don't know. I never saw the Amazing Spider-Man films. I've heard they're really bad, though. But are they really worse than this? That's what I want to know. Yeah, so the whole game's just a giant maze, like a fetch quest. It's like you gotta collect a bunch of arbitrary bollocks to make progress in it. But yeah, it's... Like, what even happened there? I just, like, fell through the platforms there. Like, was I not connecting with the platforms? Because it looked like I was. I call bollocks on that game. Yeah, like, good luck even getting up a wall. Spider-Man, famous for climbing walls, can't go up a fence. Ooh. Yeah, you want a game that makes you miss the first Spider-Man game on Game Boy? Well, you're looking at it. Like, I literally don't know where to go. It feels like I've been to, like, every, like, nook and cranny of this map. And it's like, I don't know where to go at this point. Like, I've checked all the buildings, I think, as much as I can. So unless there's some super secret alleyway that I'm missing... Yeah, I don't think there's really much more to do here. Like, there's obviously an item that I'm supposed to get. But I'm not seeing it. Yeah, I can't even imagine trying to play this on the original Game Boy. Oof. I mean, it'd be the same thing in monochrome, but still. Like, am I supposed to do something else in this building? Because I assume whatever item I need is inside this building somewhere, because I don't see what else I can really do here, so... Like, am I supposed to... Yeah, like, I just, like, used up some of my webbing power there, and I wasn't even trying to. Like, am I supposed to use the crowbar on this? Like, am I just supposed to jump at the exact, like, right pixel to make this jump? Because it doesn't look like it. Yeah, the platform is so bad. Like, look at this. Okay, so if I do the double jump at the exact right spot, it works. Like I'm not even trying to grab onto the wall, he just does it on his own. Like, look at that. It's like, oh yeah, we know you didn't want to grab onto the wall, but you'll just do it anyway. Okay, so I think at this point I have to go to the, that locked door from earlier. It has to be. There's no way it could be anything else. But yeah, you kind of just avoid the enemies. I mean, for what it's worth, this is probably the best colour palette for this game, because at least Spider-Man is red. Is this not the building I'm supposed to go in? Because it's not doing anything. Like, what is this card for? Yeah, I've got the guide up here. Let's see if it says what you're supposed to do. Great, so apparently I have to beat Hobgoblin. Not that you would ever know that, because the game makes no explanation on what to do. I mean, you think maybe just make the game about just webbing the shit out of Hobgoblin, rather than whatever the fuck this is. But... Okay, so I can just do this. But, like, okay, but he appears in, like, so many different places. Like, is one supposed to be, like, is there one specific one that I have to beat? Because the game makes no explanation of that. Like, I think that's the biggest problem, is that it's a bunch of cryptic bullshit that you couldn't possibly figure out without an FAQ. Like, I literally have had to use an FAQ just to get to this point. Yeah. And you know what? Like, no. I think I'm done. Because I can't imagine anyone even getting to that point without an FAQ. And it's like, trying to play that game is like... I mean, you have to think. Like, okay, you have limited web use. You have the B button to jump. Convoluted controls that don't really make much sense. Like, including the whole B button thing. Like, you have a bunch of, like, items, and the methods to get them are just so arbitrary. And, most importantly, they kind of just needlessly complicate the gameplay. Like, it should just be Spider-Man going to the right, beating the shit out of Hobgoblin, then he goes to the right again, beats the shit out of Sandman or whatever. Like, that's what the game should have been. And instead, it's like, you have to go on a fetch quest to get, like, a whole bunch of arbitrary items. Like, why can't Spider-Man just use his web powers to break the door? No. Like, it's been a pretty bad selection of games. I mean, you know, I think Megaman 4 and 5, I kind of have to apologize to those games. Like I say, I ranked them pretty high, but I have my reservations. But compared to everything else I've played today, those games are fucking gold. Like, it's not even close. It's worse, like, this is worse than David Beckham Soccer. And it is a lot worse than Amazing Spider-Man. Like I say, Amazing Spider-Man was pretty bad, but at least at least it made sense. Like, I can make sense of Amazing Spider-Man 1. You know, it was kind of like just the standard arcade-like platformer game where you've got, like, you know, a little bit of your spider powers that kind of play into it a little bit. It had some interesting stuff going on. Like I say, it didn't work entirely. But it was still far better than this. Like, I would much rather play Amazing Spider-Man 1 than Amazing Spider-Man 2. Because, again, Spider-Man 2, it's like, you need an FAQ just to make any progress in it. If I didn't have the FAQ open, I don't think I would have even gotten anywhere past the crowbar. I would have just been mindlessly walking back and forth on the overworld area, making no progress, and it, you know, and the core gameplay is just no fun. Like, the combat isn't fun. I mean, it wasn't good in the first game either, but it's worse here, because the controls just make less sense. And, like, you can't even attack the boss directly. It just doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it's worse than Amazing Spider-Man. It's worse than Koi Bukakahiki. It's definitely worse than Castlevania The Adventure. Because again, Castlevania The Adventure made sense. Like, you know where you stand with Castlevania The Adventure. You have a whip. You hit enemies with it. You eventually get to a boss fight, and then you try to beat that, and then you do it like 3 more times, and then that's the game. Again, it is definitively a Castlevania game. It's worse than Castellian. It's definitely worse than Mega Man Dr. Wally's Revenge. It's a lot worse than that. Because again, Dr. Wally's Revenge, like, it's a bad game, but at least it plays like a Mega Man game. Like, it kind of has the basics down, at least. It's worse than Super Donkey Kong 3, because again, I knew what I was doing in that game. It's worse than Tom and Jerry. It's worse than Escape from Camp Deadly. It's worse than Monster Truck. It's definitely worse than Trump Boy. It's worse than Raijino. But is it worse than NFL football? Is it worse than NFL football? Yes. Yes, it is worse. But it's not worse than Primitive Princess. Like, I would take this game over F1 Race, at least. This game doesn't piss me off as much as that game does. Because F1 Race is literally a first-party game. Like, I expect high quality out of F1 Race, and it's like on par with like a Supervision game. Like barely. And this game at least feels like a Game Boy game rather than a Supervision game, so it's better than F1 Race for that reason. I would probably take this over Primitive Princess, but barely. You know, it's sad. As bad as this game is, it's still better than 2 other games that I've played today. I mean, you know what? We're definitely going to get a better selection of games next time. I don't care who they come from. It could be anyone. It could be me. It could be games literally made by myself. They will probably be a better selection overall than this. So yeah, our new number 139, Amazing Spider-Man 2, from LJN and Bit Studios. So yeah, we have 144 games on this list. I'm not counting the 2 below the line. They don't even qualify. That's how bad they are. But in fact, okay, so if we take a look at the 144 games, so what is the halfway point on this list? So this is the halfway point. Burai Fighter Deluxe and Chiki Chiki Tengoku, they are the meridian of the Game Boy filler / Game Boy killer list. But I think I do have something in mind for the next stream. We're going to focus on one specific publisher. I'm not going to say who it is, but let's just say we're going to have some very interesting games next time. So, until then, I will see you later, people. See you.